creatively chaotic. Creative chaos. There we go. That's where I was going with that. Holy. All right. So we've had lunch. Success. Check. One thing off the to-do list. We've gone for the run. Check. Off the to-do list. I was slow. Check. Off the to-do list. It's fine. I'm just a slow runner. And there was it felt like the wind was coming from every single direction, no matter what fucking way I was running. So it's like, felt like it was always a headwind. And I'm like, what? That's not how this works. Apparently that's how it works today. Okay, time to work on top stitching small box bags. There and there and here, and we're going back to the creative chaos. And this is the stream for the rest of the night, as long as we don't get like, as long as it doesn't crater. Doop. Like, why does that photo of me in the banner look so much tidier? But I just realized that's because it's like I've now stuffed everything in this room. So, of course it's going to be more chaotic. Okay. They're in for the, well, okay, so apparently I fucked up, and actually fucked up pretty hard in that the appointment for the youngest was actually this morning, not this afternoon, but they're able to take them, so that's good at least. But oh, can you imagine? It's like, Dallas is like, the appointment was at 9:15 this morning. I'm like, what? It's in the calendar, it's 3. What must have happened, I thought about it afterwards, I'm like, what must have happened is they called around 3 o'clock, and the calendar just defaulted to that time. Because it has to default to some time, so it's like, oh, okay, well, you're putting this appointment in right now, so that must be the time that you want the appointment at. But no, apparently it was 9:15 this morning. But yeah, I was like, okay, so can they take them, or is it a rebook? And it's on like tenterhooks, and he's like, they can take them. I'm like, oh, thank fuck. I don't think there's anything wrong with his hearing, but since he's in speech therapy as well, it's like, we're just checking to make sure that there isn't anything else that's like impeding progress, basically. So, okay, so there's one top stitched. Are we gonna go in and top stitch all of these? We may as well go in and top stitch all of these. And then we'll go in and we'll do the pocket construction for the kato, and then we'll do the leather for the kato. Everything's inching forward to finished. I'm really tempted to just say F it and like wrap up on small box bags here. Don't add like the dark stitched ones. I'm also really tempted to do that with the kato though as well, to just like cut that pile in half basically and do all, I don't know, do like all the cat and dog ones. Also, but I'm also like, if I keep sewing, we'll see what we get done. Who knows? Maybe we'll get it done. Oh yeah, I did actually make myself a coffee. I don't have a cake though because my sugars were all like, wah, and angry at me. So, but I did make coffee because I'm not going to make it through today without this coffee. Now tomorrow will be a little bit easier. Yes, it is a long run. Well, I'm going to put this run in today and find out what it actually says. I'm supposed to do 10 miles tomorrow. It's supposed to be about 2.25 hours. I'm just going to turn on a movie on the treadmill and do it. Get it done with so that like I don't have a shit ton of extra being outside and stuff like that. And there's not a lot of variance, so I should just be able to stick with the actual like pace. And then I'll be on. So I'm going to get up, do it right after breakfast. And then I'll be downstairs. So hopefully we'll be downstairs around 9-ish my time. So that's about 6 hours earlier than right now. And then, yeah, we're just going to work. Dallas will have to, he's going to have to switch out the topper and we'll have to load the truck. But honestly, at that point, I'll just pause the stream. What I almost should do is, like, actually what I should do is go for the run and then pull everything out that we're going to take, set it in the middle of the garage, and then he can do the topper and just load the truck as he sees fit. I need to do a little bit of a repack on suitcases and stuff though, so that's part of what's going to be a little bit more time intense. But I should actually, yeah, I should bring down the suitcase that's going to be packed with the new stock and stuff like that. Although that doesn't super work because it's like I need to be able to drawstring the kato that we're going to finish. Yeah, well, whatever. I'll get it figured out. Everything will come together. Okay, do you know what? I'm extremely curious. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Yay! Okay, good. There is no concern about the hearing. And apparently they were super good and had so much fun. So that's good. So it's just a delay. No physical indications otherwise. Yay! Just, like, as terrible as that is, but there isn't any, like, it's not anything else. Just a delay can be worked on. Hearing issues is something else. So yay. Soccer starts on Tuesday. They don't know this yet because otherwise I would not have heard the end of it. But it does start on Tuesday. So we've got Tuesday, Thursday nights, evenings, 5 to 5:50 or something like that. So that'll be fun. I think they're going to adore it. The eldest keeps, like, just begging to play soccer, so. Aurelia is upstairs. She must have caught a pom-pom. She's upstairs just screaming. Okay, well, this is a big step for the small box bags at least. But yeah, I think we'll move into pockets next. Actually, no, we're gonna test that new method of finishing the small box bags, and then we'll see if that's what we're going to cascade through the rest of them. So what we're going to do after this is we're going to fold it like it'll be represented. I'm going to box the edges, we'll cut them out, and then we turn it and sew the ends after that. Alrighty. So, what did I say? This is like 17? That's a good new number. They're all super bright and cheery. But I think we'll finish these ones for sure. Like, okay, if I get time, I'll finish the other ones as well. But it's like if I run out of time, these are the ones that will get done. And the Kato. I'm going to prioritize the Kato after this. Yeah, I think that's the better decision. So if we're leaving at 7 on-ish, like just before 7 on Saturday, well, you know, I can work until about 1. And if I don't scroll on my phone afterwards, then it's like that's where I end up losing time. That'll still be like 5.5 hours of sleep. That's better than I've been tracking for the past little bit, so. Hence the diet of like Coke Zero and coffee, and the deal I made with myself is like for every cup of caffeination I need to try and drink like a cup of water as well, so. Because I haven't been hydrating correctly. And I was noticing that yesterday on that half marathon pace run. I was like, I am getting a stitch again. Which means that I didn't have enough water in my system. I was like, I'm going to go for my run in the middle of the day because then I'll have new stories to tell. No. Although I'm still listening to Spark of the Neverflame, and no, it is getting good. The spice was like closed door so far. So I don't want to quote for the whole book, but so far. That's where we're at. That's fine. I'm enjoying the plot in this one quite a bit, which is nice too. Actually, I think, do you know what? That is why I like this Christina Lauren one so much. They're contemporary romance. It's a dual author, or author duo. But I think that's why I like them so much, is it's like, there's definitely spice in them, but they're plot-driven spice. There we go. So I think story first. But then when they get the spice, they get the spice. Oh my goodness. So good. And the conflicts aren't like, well, that could have been resolved by a phone call conflict sort of thing. It's like conflicts of like, what would I class those as? Not even like, the first thing that pops into my head is like personality conflicts, but like, interpersonal conflicts caused by the human condition. That might be the best description, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, they're good. I like Christine and Lauren. Basically, anything that they put out, I try to pick up. Although I realized I missed one last year, so I'm going to have to read that. Ooh, that's what I can do next week. I can sit down and read some of the books from Christmas. Yes! That's totally what I'm going to do. It's like the, I'll try reading the... I got Allie Hazelwood for Christmas, that I should do it. Fans, 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 fans. Fans, 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 fans. Boom, 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 boom. I thought Dallas was going to go for dinner, but it sounds like he might come home. So I was like, can we have tacos tonight? I want tacos. Partly because we've got bell peppers that are like, maybe shouldn't. They don't have many days left. There we go. They need to get eaten. Especially before we go to Dawson. But, and we've got taco kits. And I think the kids don't like them as tacos, but they'll eat them if they're like deconstructed tacos. So I'm like, you know what? That sounds like a fantastic dinner right now. If he's cooking, so. Okay, I'm picking out a little bit of this stitching because otherwise it's like too tight when we go in to add in the twill on this, like, inseams here, so we're doing that. By the way, thank you so much for everyone who keeps joining me. I greatly appreciate it. I mentioned this morning of like coming down to actually stream and not feel... Working by yourself can be brutal. Keeping yourself motivated, actually, I think might be the... Yeah, that's the downfall sometimes. And I know that's not true for everyone, but like I have felt very lonely in the past year doing this. So, and that's partly like also being a mom and partly like who else has this like schedule and all of that. So there's that factor as well. And like this isn't a complaint. It's just how it goes sometimes, and sometimes I'm better. I'm pretty sure the doldrums that usually hit in March actually started in October or September right after Knit City. Kind of like the low after the show sort of thing. So anyway, I appreciate everyone who joins in, that chatters, helps direct this creative chaos, even if sometimes I'm just kind of rambling on with the nonsense, as I am right now in some ways. Makes it worthwhile. And we're on the road to 1,000 subscribers. We're super close. Well, okay, no, we're not. We're 300 subscribers. But we're solidly over 700, which I also am like blown away by. So that's also super amazing. And thank you for getting me closer to monetization. I appreciate that too. So. All right, we're just about through top stitching all of these, and then we'll do the experimental one, and then we'll go, and as much as I probably should just focus in on small box bags, actually maybe I should just focus in on small box bags, or at least getting this set done, and then I could work on the Kato and work on getting them done, and then alternate back to the dark ones. There we go. There's a nice compromise. Okay, this one has to be done. Someone is looking for it at the show, but we're going to experiment with this retro jar label one instead, or first, and then we'll see if it works, and we'll go whole hog from there. All of these need their twill, as I mentioned, but for now, let's pull these all up onto the desk over here. Oh. Where is the twill? Okay, there's the Chaos twill, which is the one we should use up first. I have like 3 rolls of black twill. We've got enough black twill to last us through this show push. That's for damn sure. 1 roll of natural. Depending on how we go for Knit City, we might need more of it, but that's okay. That coffee turned out really good this time. It's like a French press, so like it usually turns out really good, but sometimes it doesn't turn out very good, so you know. Okay, and while I'm cutting these, I will still go in and cut the twill for the dark stitched ones, because there's no point in not cutting them. Actually, how many dark stitched ones are there? 1 dark stitching means that they're going to get black top stitching. Should be fairly self-explanatory, but just in case you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. So there are 21 there. That's not bad, given that these came together really fast. So let's see if this like new... Obviously, I don't have an exact timing for how long it took me to do the other ones, but the main thing that should be an efficiency thing is that this suggested way of doing this is in such a way that I only have to make 2 cuts per bag, or 4 cuts per bag versus 8 cuts per bag, essentially. So, zipper closed. When we ironed these yesterday. Hello, Wendy. Welcome. Hope you got a little bit of sleep today. We're progressing. I've got all the pockets into the Kato. We just finished top stitching the light top stitch for the small box bags. And what we're going to go in and do now is that experimental, figure out if we can do the new wedging shit. Okay, which means I need my little tab. Is that it? Doesn't have the measurements on it. Past Katie. Okay, yeah, that's it, right? I think these 2 are small box bag corners. I'll take the larger of the 2. This one feels like it's worn out. Just what happens when you use paper for this stuff. So, I'm adding in the seam allowance because I don't have the seam allowance on this. And then we're doing this right here. And then I'm going to draw the lines and we're going to cut them all at the same time. I may or may not do this for every bag. Most of the time I do find drawing the lines, it does make it simpler. But you know. If I had my longer ruler, I could just leave it in place, which would probably be the better idea. So the idea is you trim all of the box edges and then we'll turn it and then we'll do the twill tape instead of the old style of what I was doing by like sewing the ends and then boxing everything, blah 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 blah. This is even. No, it's not quite even. But like I said, what this should reduce is the amount of like the extra cut time for okay, well, as long as the exterior is lined up, that's what really matters. Yeah, we're good. Okay. What this should reduce is the amount of time that we spend having to trim the interior as well. So cut. And then the video that I was watching this on YouTube that showed this, they actually sew both ends together at the same time. I've tried that before. It doesn't work for this style of bag for me. Changes the shape, and they also bind the seams, so that doesn't really work for us either. We do need the bin that we're going to use for the scraps. To take the scraps to Dawson. Oh God. Oh no. I'm stiff. Oh. Okay, so here is the bin. We do have some, these are the box bags that ended up in time out after the push earlier this year. Not too bad. 4 or 5. There's a few more on my desk as well, but like we were super close. There is North American scraps in here, but we're going to ignore that. And yeah, we're not going to take this time to sort that. And honestly, we won't take the time to sort this today either. We'll just throw it all in. I'm not gonna specifically put canvas and stuff like that, and we will actually dig through those before anyone like buys them, but yeah. Okay, trim down the zip on this guy. Ooh, and let's trim down this interfacing, because it's just gonna be a pain in the butt otherwise. There we go. That's all garbage. I do not keep the zipper pull tabs. This needs the natural webbing. Dallas just texted me that they're at a playground and there's actually a merry-go-round. We both thought that merry-go-round. No, merry-go-rounds. I almost said it again. Merry-go-rounds. We thought that merry-go-rounds were just like extinct, is what he called it. And yeah, I thought that they were actually too. And I'm like, they probably adore it, right? Honestly, I have seen far worse iterations of merry-go-rounds since merry-go-rounds got like canceled than we ever had as kids, I think. Like a spiderweb version of it. Now, granted, I guess you can't get stuck under it because it's spiderweb, so you'd just fall through to the ground. But I'm like, I don't know if that's actually better or not. Okay, that... Yeah, so far, I like this better. Okay, let's flip it. Clip it. Now, so like I said, what they did is they sewed this together and then they actually bound their seams. We're not doing that. We're going to follow exactly what I've always been doing for my box bags. Because again, I don't like binding. We avoid the binding like the plague. The plague. Well, actually, no, never mind. I was like, most people didn't avoid the plague, but I avoided the plague as hard as I could. Anyway, let's see if this works. Actually, at this point, yeah, I can say it worked. So that was a way nicer turn situation. We'll just make sure that this is centered up here, because apparently it's not. Because at this point, it's just an end seam, cap seam. So I think we just go in and we do that with the rest of them, because there's no point in dithering about it because we know it works. Because this is actually what I start planning to do from now on. Right? Binding is bullshit. We've got, and honestly, we have so many bags that are going to be fucking bound this year that I'm just like, ah! Wendy, the zip and grip is bound. Damn binding. I'm really annoyed, but I really want that bag. It's so fucking adorable. And apparently super popular, so I'm like, alright, let's get behind this. Alright. I'm going to call that a success. And we'll just, yeah, let's just make sure I don't see, the only thing I'm seeing here is that these cuts that were lined up on the front are no longer lined up. Alright, there we go. Okay, so. So yeah, the pockets are partially installed into the kato. They've all got the bottom seams left. We need to actually sew the pocket. Yeah, okay, these do need to be trimmed. So we'll go through and we'll do all of them, and then they can all just be like zipped and done. But yeah, I got distracted by top stitching the small box bag because this has been eating at me if this was going to work or not. And yeah, so far so good. There is, like, at this point, there is no difference between what we did before and what we're doing now. And I honestly think that that turning, or that cutting and that turning was a far smoother process than anything we've done recently. So, oh yeah, and I got all of the notes. So last night while I was waiting for Dallas, turned out that Dallas wasn't getting in until like 9:45. Not 9, 9:45. So that's why I wasn't on last night, because I was like, by the time we got home, it was well past 10, like home and downstairs. So I was like, you know what, I'm going to just work as late as I can, well, 12:30 sort of thing, and then go to bed. And yeah, I did not end up actually getting that much done last night. Well, I got a lot done in the truck. I got all the Kato cut and linings cut. And I got all of the like zippers and everything for the Notions pouches trimmed down and started turning them. So that was good at least. But it was just like, he texted, he's like, yeah, I'm going to be in at 9. And I didn't think of anything of it. Or yeah, because he texted that he was boarding at like 7:25, I guess. We thought he was like originally going to get in at 7, right? It worked out. Whatever. It's not a big deal. Kids fell asleep like not even 10 minutes from home. Sort of shit. So... yeah, there we go. So we'll go in and let's trim and do all of the stuff for the other small box bags, and then what they'll need is handles and wedging. Yeah. Okay. But we'll do the rest of the cuts and everything, and then we'll do all the boxing afterwards. But like, that couldn't have been simpler. Okay. First things first. Twill cuts. And black, 1, 2, 3 black, 4 black, okay, 3 black, 3 black, 1 natural, just stack them, Katie, because otherwise you're going to lose count. Natural for the bunnies. Oh, that was a middle, yeah, whatever. This one's already done. It needs to be actually sewn in. The fans need black because that makes sense. The cats need black because that makes sense. Bunnies. Natural. Cats and dogs and Shiba Inu all get black because it just looks really good. Bees and cats and pixel cats will all get black. We'll also cut down the ones that we need for, what did I say, like 17 black ones over here. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4 natural twill, unbleached twill. 4. Okay, see, 4, and a tick, just to tick up a little extra. Okay. And then we fold. And then we fold. Whee! Yeah, we're figuring out that we don't actually need to leave, like, even leaving the house at like 7 a.m. on Saturday, we'll be in Dawson with more than enough time to be able to get to the like curling club and everything like that, and we'll pick up pizza before we set up and all that. It's gonna be good. I need to chat to Dallas and find out if he's comfortable coming to like man the booth and make sales if I did a YouTube video. I don't know if he will be, which is fine. But if he is, I'm going to do that. Because like I said, it's fun doing like Knit City, but honestly, these small shows deserve it as well. So 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 6, 28, 32, 33. You 32, 32, 32, 2, 2, 33. 33, 33, 33. Okay, so if I cut it in half, yeah, okay, so I can just use my yardstick here because it's 6 inches each. Yeah, okay, cool. So if we trim it here, so that's 6. Oop. 12. I messed up the youngest hearing appointment, by the way, Wendy. Apparently, the appointment was actually for 9:15, not 3 p.m. It's like, Dallas got there and he's like, so the appointment was for 9:15. I'm like, oh, fuck. I mentioned this earlier in the stream, but it's like, I must have, I must have gotten the call for booking at like 3 o'clock and the calendar was like, it just defaults to whatever the closest hour is. Rounds down the hour of when you put in an appointment. So like if I put an appointment right now, I think it would set it for 3 p.m. as well. So I was just like, no. I was like, do they have to rebook him or are they able to take him? But they were able to take him and all good. Free and clear of any hearing concerns, which is good. I didn't think there was any hearing concerns. But again, just make sure there isn't anything physical impeding the speech and everything like that. So that was good. Yeah, it was good. It is good. And apparently Dallas said he was like really good and had like a lot of fun. I know, right? I was so pissed. I was like, damn it. Oh, well. At least they were able to take them because I did not want to have them wait to do it. We didn't have to. Because it's been like, I think they put the rec in September. We're non-urgent patients, but still. We want to remain non-urgent patients, but still. It was a long wait. Okay. So, there is all the black twills. So after this, we'll go in. Should we swap and do the black top stitching? Because then we could just do all the ends. It wouldn't take long to do the black top stitching. Yeah, let's commit to finishing the small box bags. There's like, what, 21.38? Not even. Okay, that should be around that. Ooh, interesting. Well, that didn't work. Well, I can make it work. Oh, God. Bloop. And bloop. 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 Okay. Just do 2 at a time here. Yeah, I'm really glad that it wasn't like something major. Really glad that they offer that they will actually do the hearing tests as well. Just like, all right, let's just make sure. Because they're like, do you have any concerns? I'm like, no. And they're like, do you want a hearing test? I'm like, yeah, let's do it because then we know. And honestly, if it becomes an issue later, we have a baseline now of like, all right, there's no like, there were no issues and now suddenly there's issues or something stupid. Like, it's not the worst thing to have. So, But yay for healthcare system. I appreciate it. It gets so much flack, and I just, ugh. I'm not saying it's perfect, but my God. Okay, top stitch. I love how I'm just like, I have so much to do that it's hard to settle on anything. So yeah, settling on the small box bags is going to be achievable. Will we get the like box edges done? I don't know, but that is something that can be done tomorrow. I know we can get through all the box edges tomorrow and all the finishing seams. So I think we get it to the point of all the twill is installed and we're like onto box edges. And then I think we move back to the Kato. I think that will stave off the wall that is rapidly approaching. It'll keep me sane. And then we'll go from there. I'm trying to strategize tomorrow, so yeah, seriously, right? All the bullshit until it actually is like, it does work for you. Well, okay. Our healthcare system right now is broken, but it is not the fault of the healthcare system. That, I think, is the difference. The cracks that the people are seeing right now are not because the healthcare system is failing. The cracks in the system right now are, again, this is my little governmental soapbox right now, just as a heads up, are because of the provincial government being shitheads. There's no other way to put it. There, done. There's the grump. See my gender neutral language? Very demure. And that's not the federal government, it's the provincial government, so get your heads out of your asses. Anyway. I didn't say nothing. What's the idiom? You get more conservative as you get older, and I'm just like, no, that's not what's happened here. And that's okay. I am here for it. Anyway, last night was like the darkest I've actually driven home in recently. Let's just segue right into this. See you later, controversial topics. Anyway, we don't drive at night very much anymore, and that was really driven home last night because I was like, it's really dark. This truck has really good headlights. That's all I could think about. I was like, huh, cool. Because typically right now, if we are going anywhere in the dark, it's because we're leaving at like Disney o'clock. That's what I term the, when we have to be on a flight at like 4 a.m. The only way you're getting me up that early for a flight is for going to Disney. Apparently, I broke that rule for running Disney runs because that was a 2 a.m. wake-up call. Oh, my God. Actually, no. The babysitter for the kids showed up at 2 a.m. So. But, yeah. And we don't even have to leave that early tomorrow either. So, it's going to be a nice, bright drive. I don't think... yeah, and on the roads look all good. It doesn't look like there's Dawson Creek is, oh no, that's not tomorrow, that's the next day. We got one more day. It feels weird. Usually I'm like heading out like today or setting up tomorrow because usually the show is on it. Cat, you are going to get us in trouble. Get off of it. Go. I don't know how he managed it, but he just turned off the, okay. He just turned off my focus. Fucking cat. Work. There we go. Okay, back on. The focus, it lets texts and like messages from the kids' school through, but it doesn't allow like notifications from the distracting notifications from like Instagram and shit through. So that's why I turn it on when I'm working. Anyway, yeah, it feels weird to be like, yeah, we're going up on Saturday, because usually I'd be leaving today, setting up tomorrow, and then have the show like Saturday or Saturday, Sunday. Or whatever iteration of the weekend it is, but not for Dawson. By the way, Saturday is local yarn store day, and also apparently indie bookstore day, which is super cool. I know Stash in Calgary has paired up with the Next Page, which is the bookstore just down from them. But I also know that Ancient Arts Yarns is currently cooking up a good giveaway too. So if you're follow us on Instagram if you're looking for something super cool, and follow Ancient Arts for sure on Instagram. Follow us anyway, please, because hi. We're awesome. No ego there at all. We're just awesome. We need a new template because that worked out well, and I need to have the ability to repeat it. So we need a piece of frickin' oh god. I still have to go run 10 miles tomorrow. I know I do this to myself, but seriously, why do I do this to myself? Damn medals being all like appealing. Also, my ankle's been cranky the past few days, and I'm like, well, that's not fun. Doesn't help that I'm sitting down and sewing so much. Grump, sorry. I'm like, apparently I'm now on a roll. I'm like, if I can't complain about my sewing because it's going well, obviously I need to complain about everything else. Okay. If it was that, we need to add in the seam allowance, which means it needs to go to here. Here now. There we go. Okay. And so that'll be from the zipper edge. And there's the, okay. There's the other edge. So that is from the fold edge towards the zipper. And then the other one is from the, there, that's the height. That is the width. Height, width, we're square. We're square. Hopefully this one also just, the paper ones are starting to bend and like be eroded anyway. So we're just, this is going to last significantly longer. 2.25, yeah, that's correct. The big pen is struggling. There we go. Okay. Is that square? Well, or straight. That's all I care about. Is it square? Is it straight? Straight. 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 From what I can tell, we're square. Okay. Now, choppy choppers that are not fabric scissors. These are not fabric scissors. I will just announce that now. These are like my paper, cut all the other shit scissors. Because I don't have enough of those. I don't know how, but they keep like wandering off, so. And I destroyed one pair trying to cut my zip ties on my grid wall one time, so yeah. Okay, and then I'm going to make notes to myself, or else I am going to royally fuck this up the next few times. Okay. There we go. there's a Sharpie that will make this much easier. Okay. So this is the zip edge, let's say. Because the zipper runs here. And then this is the, what are we going to call that? The twill edge? Open edge? Open edge. Because now it has to sit like this. Or vice versa. Like, obviously I can flip it back and forth. But we get the idea, I think. I think we're all smart adults here. I think we got it. I'm like over-explaining, but whatever. More coffee. Shut up, Katie. Oh, God, I poured it on myself. No. Okay, this is why you always gotta keep... Oh, now I've got wet pants. And not in like a fun, sexy way. Just in a spilt coffee on myself way. Damn it. These are not my, like, out of the house pants anymore, at least. Because they don't actually fit very well. I was just like, I want jeans after my run pants. And these are convenient. They're all like, also all torn up and everything like that. The chaos creator? Yes, she is back. I don't recognize her at all. It's not me at all. There we go. Okay, more coffee. Okay. You know that's how my desk actually ends up getting cleaned up, is only when I spill something on it. It's not like the sewing desk actually gets that, like, dirty, surprisingly, actually. But, yeah. Actually, the cool thing that I noticed the other day is I actually have a groove in my paint from, like, just a use groove. And I was like, whoa, that's fucking cool. I was super excited about that. And, like, I've got, like, marks on the feed dog plates and stuff like that. But the thread groove is really fucking cool to me. All right, trim down the top stitch thread. I used to do this as like the last step, but honestly, whatever. It's better to do it now because I found that it does make it easier to get the thread out than doing it afterwards. So I think we'll actually go in and trim all of these down because then it's just done. This is placed on hold right now, because a woman last year walked by it and was like, oh my God, I love it. And then came back for it and this fabric was gone. It was a Kato, yes. But, no, thank you. And actually I'll write the dimensions too, because that will give me the best idea of how to place them. Small SBB wedging tool. Can I read my handwriting? No, but SBB tells me exactly what it's for. So the rest of it is just taking up space. Okay. Yeah, and then we'll put it and we'll also then take it and put it on the template wall after we're done with it. Actually, no, it will just live in the drawer with the rest of the little wedging templates. Because realistically, the workflow is that we will be doing this on either this desk or realistically I want to be doing it over here. We'll get there. Maybe in 3 years. Get my shit figured out. Whatever, we're having fun. Isn't that the point? I'm not harming anyone. I'm having fun. Hopefully everyone else who's joining is also having fun, laughing with me, not maybe at me, but with me. Okay, go. Yeah, that works way better. Holy, all right. Yes. Oh God. Now that is a kink in the plans of the hand is sore from the scissors. All right, well then. Obviously, this is also all dependent on everything lining up decently well. Feels like everything's lining up decently well. It's not any worse. Actually, it is better than when we turn it and then they aren't lined up. So there's that too. But yeah, I think we'll go in and we'll mark everything. And we'll cut everything. And then we'll go in and we'll do the... We still need to like... What the fuck? I'm still need to like top stitch all the dark stuff. 6 different directions at once. Oh no. That coffee did actually get onto one of the drawstring bags. Oh no. One of the reversible ones. Okay, that'll have to go through the wash and just make sure that we get it out. Did it get in? It didn't like get on anything else though. That's good. Okay. That'll have to be finished before it gets washed, just so I don't have any fray. It's going over there. I can see it. I'll move it into where I want it to go afterwards. All right, and these are going in the big bin. Now what I'll do is there. Now we can split out the North American fabrics. I didn't do it with the first cut, but we'll start doing it now. It's not a big deal, as big a deal. Yeah, should we go in and top stitch the dark top stitch, guys? Oh God, that's the wrong fabric to throw on the floor, Katie. Dallas is probably going to be like, why the fuck are we bringing this massive bin of scraps? And I'll be like, well, because we're going to sell scraps this time. Stuff a bag. Which means I should probably bring a bag, like a box of like Ziplocs or something like that. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Stuff a bag for like, I don't know, $5? $5 feels fair. Yeah. Actually, no. Yes. Yeah. I feel like, what the fuck are you agreeing to? We're going to top stitch all the dark stuff. The black top stitch items. I don't know where the thread is. Jesus, where the fuck did the thread go? Is it back there? No. Where did the black thread go? Because we actually need that for the cotto too. Clip bin. Okay, clip bin with 2 small pieces for cotto linings. Underneath the cotto is nothing. Did I put it back in the drawer? No, but there is another. Ooh, yes, I want you to bring me takeout. That would be amazing. Thank you. Dallas is going for, they want sushi and ramen. My bougie little kids. Ah, I win. There's my thread. Okay. I was like, half like, well, if I don't find it, then we don't need to do the dark top stitching. Now we'll do the dark top stitching. And then we'll leave the boxing of the edges for tomorrow. So what we'll do, okay, top stitch the dark stuff. And then we will box the edges, turn and do the end seams, and leave the boxing till tomorrow. Because then we can move on to putting the pockets into the cotto and getting them all slammed together. They'll get wedged today. Logistics of tomorrow morning for like loading the truck. That is the other thing that's kind of like, I gotta figure that shit out. Okay. Alright, if anyone in Dawson Creek is watching, please make sure that this show is not a flop. It's still like, I don't think it's going to be, but there's always that little concern in your heart. And I know there's never any guarantees, but like my anxiety right now is like, oh God, please don't be a flop. At least match last year's numbers, please. Please, 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 please. And I know there's a lot of factors in that. I know this election, I'm pretty sure this election affected our Hanami numbers, mostly because so many people were out voting. I think they said there was like, so we have a population of approximately, actually what is the Canadian population? Population of Canada, because I think the last time I looked, oh, it's gone up. I think the last time I looked, we were at like 34 million. We are now at 40 million. All right. We have a higher population. Okay, this is ridiculous. So this is as of 2023. California has 39.2 million people in it. We have 40. All right. Anyway, last time I looked, I was like, and this is why I wanted to check, is I was like, I think we only have like 36 million. 40 million is a big difference. And then, how many people advanced voted Canada? I think it's like, oh yeah, okay. I was also going to misquote that. 7.3 million people. So, nearly 20% of our population voted in the advanced polls. That's insane. That's insane. Anyway, so I know this is all weighing on us too, and like, I hope you can come like numb yourselves a little bit to it with some retail therapy this weekend. There we go. Let's be blunt about it. Come buy things. Ignore our political climate right now. Oh God. I know it won't be on local yarn store day, but I'm not a local yarn store anyway, so I hope you, yeah. And I know there's people actually traveling down from the Yukon and stuff like that, so that's really cool too. So, I won't have seen her since August, so that's fun. I usually end up seeing her at Knit City, Vancouver, but she has had a shit run of luck recently, so I think she's going to be doing as many happy things as possible right now. I'm going to have my wisteria. We're going to like decorate the booth as much as we can with that. Actually, I wonder if we should hang the oh, they're not USB. I was like, I should hang the fairy light. We don't have pipe and drape in this one, so usually off the pipe and drape, I like hang like fairy lights, like strings of fairy lights. I was like, oh, I could hang that off of the grid wall too, but I don't. It's a plug-in, so never mind. I know it's an insane number, and it's up from the 2021 election as well. So the 2021 election had like 5.2 or something like that. So people are getting out. That's for damn sure. So we'll see what happens. I need to wind the next white bobbin, so we don't want to run out of white thread, because we were almost out when I pulled it out. Yay! Yeah, and the other thing we're going to do with these is I'm going to leave run-in drawstrings on the Kato until we're on the road on Saturday, so that'll be a time saver as well. I got to also remind myself that, like, I think I still got it in my head that we still need to actually apply the logos to the Kato, but the logos are already done. So it doesn't feel like that should be a lot of time saving, but it's not something I need to factor in anymore. It's like, it's done. So yay us. Now, can I just like turn this and do it from the other direction? I think I can. Whee! Yes, I think tomorrow. So tomorrow's the 10-miler run. And then I've got 4 days off from running, which is kind of terrifying and good at the same time. I'll get some good sleep under my belt this weekend, which is going to help significantly. Because I was about a minute to a minute and a half slower than I have been recently. Now, granted, that was a little bit wind as well. Felt like the headwind was like from every direction. It didn't matter which way I was running. I'm like, what the fuck? That's not how wind is supposed to work. But it was like, I was like, okay, it's an east headwind. And so I'm like, okay, I'll end up running into it like for about half the run. But then on the way back, which is when I normally have a headwind, I'll have a tailwind. Part of this got fucked up because I couldn't cross the, well, I could have crossed the tracks, but I couldn't cross the tracks because a train was going across the tracks right when I pulled up, basically. So I was like, fuck it, we'll go run behind the houses, basically. So it was like, and then I was like, and then I'm protected from like the south portion of the swing, because it was a little bit like east southeast or south southeast. I don't know what you would qualify it as. It doesn't matter, because then when I was running back west, it was also blowing against me, and I'm like, what is going on? I don't get it. But at least that path is like mostly flat. It's like running behind people's houses. It's a half mile now though, which is good. So I was like, like multiple times. I think I did, well, by the time I did the 6th time back, I was like, all right, time to turn into the neighborhood and I'll make up the distance in the neighborhood. La 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 la. Then we also don't have snaps to do because there's no mini traveler slings. So there's that. So it's like, we are, I think, I don't want to say we got it, but I think we got it. I think we got it. What time is it? 4:30? We have like 8 more hours of work today. Anyway, the logistics of tomorrow is, it's like, I think I'm going to run. Well, I got to run in the morning, so it's done and off my brain, because then I can just come down and sit down and sew. But I'm trying to think of like how to, like the truck has to be loaded too. And I also need to repack some suitcases so that like I have a suitcase for new small box bags, etc. So what I'm thinking is when after I'm done on the treadmill, yeah, I'll get Dallas to take the truck to take the kids to school. I'll be on the treadmill already, so that's fine. And then he can park on the driveway, and then after my run, I can just throw everything onto, like, into the middle of the floor that needs to go in the truck. And then he can just load the truck from the floor pile. I think that's the best way to do it. And then I don't, like, and then he can just load it however the hell he wants, and thinks it needs to be loaded. He's good at it, so I'm not worried about that portion. And then, because he needs to put the topper on, but then he can like put the topper on and load the truck without me having to be there. I can come downstairs and just ignore the rest of the house, basically. So what's gonna happen? I have to pack some clothes tomorrow. And he can pack the kids. Actually, that's one of the things. It's going to be way easier because we don't have to pack diapers. Yes. Hell no, we're not packed. Even for Japan, I probably won't pack until 2 days before, though. So he can pack the kids. And it's not like we're going to the boonies. So, like, there's a Walmart right behind our freaking hotel. It's not that big a deal. Is that the best solution? No. If we forget something, not a big deal. The things I can't forget my Shopify. I can't forget my float. Like, shit like that. Charge cable for the Shopify thing. Although I guess I can charge it in the truck on the drive up on Saturday. I have to pack me. Mostly because I want to make sure that I have what I want to wear on Sunday for the show. I'm thinking that like pink, oh yeah, I need to do a little bit of laundry then. I was like thinking that pink dress with that white sweatshirt over top, because that feels very springy and like nice. Oh shoot, I should make sure that Dolls actually has my order. Because he's like, I will bring takeout. Okay. Tokaido ramen. One moment, I'm going to make my dinner order and then we can go back. Tokaido ramen and sushi. It's very, very tasty. Do I want ramen or do I want sushi? Ramen. I want ramen. Oh, they've got donburi. Ooh. Pork chashu donburi, chicken donburi, beef donburi, Hawaii donburi. Imitation crab meat, carrots, corn, Japanese mushrooms. I'm going to assume that that means like the earwig, the brown mushrooms. Cucumber and egg. Topped with unagi sauce and tobiko. Ooh. That might be really tasty. That different. This place's like ramen is really good. And dinner is a good time because I take my extra meds at nighttime for dinner. No, I don't want to add a new address. Oh God. Just get me back to messages. I don't need the rest of my apps. Jesus. Done. Dinner. They did message and they're like, so we're expecting rain, and given that the load-in dock is like dirt, if you are planning to use it, please bring indoor shoes. And it's like, oh yeah, that makes sense. So I have indoor shoes. Dolls will have to make sure he has indoor shoes. So I guess he can just bring some running shoes. Not a big deal. Urge to make zip and grips rising. We can't touch the zip and grips until after Dawson. But my God, do I ever want to right now? I don't know why. Like, I've wanted to for, well, since last year. Again, I ran out of time, mostly because those minis took off so hard. I am worried a little bit about that. It's like, But we'll deal. Cat problems. 100% cat problems. It's good problems even. It's not even cat problems. It's good problems. But, yeah. I think zip and grips are something that'll, I better not have knocked any twill off there. Damn it. Anyway, zip and grips is something that we'll make for, I need to make a list of what we're going to focus in on for OdaFest. Because, like, I think zip and grips are a good idea. I think the minis are a good idea. And I think trays would be a good idea to, like, introduce there. I don't need to, like, work on the new floss stow bags for OdaFest. It's not a craft market, right? Does that make sense? And actually tote bags probably would be a good idea too, to be honest. I think I will take that recommendation to heart, and we'll do some of the like trays as obies as well, because like an obie, yeah, with a waxed canvas back, oh, glorious. So then I need to track down the dice for them. I just don't know, like, well, actually no, I do. We'll make fairly large ones first, I guess, because like those could be all sizes then too. Could let the obie, well, actually, yeah, the obie size is going to dictate the size of some of them at least. But like they wouldn't just be good for that. They would be good for like candy dishes, or like I said, like little clip dishes, or little, I can make itty bitty ones actually. Ooh. And they could be like little ring dishes. And yeah, I know that typically those don't have snaps. So maybe the little itty bitty ones we won't do snaps in. I don't know. And then the question is do I double up the fabric? Actually, a little ring dish with obie on the exterior and interior. Holy fuck, that would be... Damn it. Why am I stuck so in small box bags right now? Right, because I always overcommit. Not that I want to be, like, cutting... Oh, never mind. I'm like, not like I would want to be cutting out a, like, new product right now, right before a show. And that's totally what I did with luggage tags last week. Shh. What happens on stream stays on stream. Let's not tell anyone. Actually, I don't even know if those happened on stream or not. What happens off stream stays off stream. Don't tell anyone. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I just keep seeing the "are we packed?" I'm pretty sure I know what I'm wearing for Sunday. I gotta make sure my other, like, out of the house jeans are clean. Not the studio jeans that now have coffee on them. I'll wear these again tomorrow. Because whatever. Actually, one of the women that... okay, so... Random paths 100% random paths crossing. Kids are at gymnastics, unparented, so I got to hang out outside the gymnasium like half the time because Dallas wasn't home, or was home, so he went in for the like unparented, or the parented with the youngest. Blah blah blah. Chatting with the mums, because that's what you do. Find out that actually one of the mums is like the breadwinner artist for the family, which is insane. Her husband works on contract basically when they need to. Right? Yeah, bread and butter. I know. Bread and butter, bread and butter, bread and butter, bread and butter. Which is also why I want to, like, as much as I would need to finish these, I also really need to finish the Kato. Bread and butter, bread and butter, bread and butter, bread and butter. But we do need a better showing of small box bags. Because at least the Kato just got an infusion for this weekend. So it's like whatever I get done with the Kato is awesome. Obviously, we want to get all of them done. But we really do need a kick of small box bags compared to what I had. Anyway, but yeah, anyway, this woman's like this artist and does Stampede and like all of this, and then find out that she lives in Cochrane and everything. And anyway, she actually lives up right down the street from basically my in-laws. So that's cool. But yeah, she was posting photos of her studio yesterday, and she's like, I gotta clean all these paint brushes. And I was like, do you have carpet under your paint station? Like, that's brave. And she's like, yeah, it's a concrete floor in the basement. But they'd redone the carpets upstairs. So she has like a piece of underlay and a piece of carpet, like in her painting studio. I'm like, okay, that's smart. Anyway, the random people you meet because you have kids of a similar age. I know the smooth going really is. I'm rambling. I'm trying to keep everyone, including myself, entertained. Because apparently radio silence when you're streaming is not good, I guess. I don't know. According to they say. Who says? I say. You say? Sounds like something that should have been in Labyrinth. All right, we got, okay, I'm like, did we already do the handles? I feel like we did, but we did. We're good. Okay, heads up, Wendy, next week I won't be on as much because I am actually going to take a couple days off, or at least a couple slower days. I want to come down and actually tidy up the studio a little bit. But since Dallas is on vacation, I want to hang out with him too. We have a long run on Wednesday. And then on Friday, I told him I want to sleep in, do my shorter run, and then watch anime. That is what we're going to do that day. So, and then I won't be back to full production the following week because that's his normal week off, but we'll do a little bit because I have to be honest. But I will kind of be taking that middle week off a little bit, so. And I will not be working as late until the week before OdaFest, basically. They? Yeah. Sorry, I thought you were talking about my brain. I'm like, yeah, they say a lot of shit too. My brain is 100% the center of chaos in this room right now. Oh no, more coffee because apparently we are just off the rails today. Off the rails. I promise I haven't even touched alcohol today, and there's no other drugs in my system than metformin. And caffeine. I guess caffeine counts technically. But does it? Any good snacks? Ooh, like anime eating snacks? 100%. I should tell him that. We need to go grocery shopping, so. Yeah, we should go grocery shopping on Tuesday when we get home. That's what we should do. I gotta actually figure out what we're getting the kids for their birthdays too, because I'm like, I'm actually at a loss. I don't know what I'm doing. I looked into getting them a little Power Wheels because I was like, I remember that thing being so much fun. And I think they're at an age where I can trust that they're not going to drive it into everyone's ankles. But they're expensive. And I knew that on some level because they were popping up on my like marketplace feed because I'm not adverse to getting. Oh no, the kids fell asleep on him. I did 4.5. Wendy, the run yesterday wasn't the base run. The run yesterday that I had to end up doing was 5 miles at fucking half marathon pace. I was like, no, we did it. And I actually did 5 miles faster yesterday. Well, which makes sense. I did it faster than I did today for 4.5 miles. But yeah, yesterday was the half marathon pace, and then today was just the base run. I'm like, what? That program is off the rails. Yeah, anyway, I was like, let's get them a Power Wheels. And then I was like, no, we're not getting them a Power Wheels. Because even the ones that are on Facebook Marketplace are all like, I get it. They're expensive. So, and they do have a good resale value. But my God, they're like looking for like $300 to $400 still. And I'm like, no. If their birthdays were a little bit closer together, maybe. But hell, I gotta figure out what I'm getting for Dallas. Fails. Oh well. I'll get it sorted out soon enough, maybe. Maybe I didn't run enough today. I was tempted to swap the 2 runs and do my long run today, but then I was like, nope, Let's just stick to the plan. Tomorrow will be less disruptive because of the kids not being, like, I'll be up earlier. We slept in today instead, so that's fine. Needed it. And sleeping in is 7 a.m. because barely. The kids were like awake, and I rolled over and looked at the clock, and it was like they'd been awake for probably about 10 minutes, but it was like 7:02, and I'm like, yay! Actually, it's a pretty humane time. They're good sleepers when they're in our beds. When they're in our bed. Dallas last night was like, am I putting them in their bed? And I was like, honest to God, I think they'll be super upset that they missed you coming home. So I was like, just take them to bed with you, and then you're not disrupted either. So that's what he did. I was like, yeah, that's a more solid decision. We just ran out of thread. Thread. Boop. That is not black thread. That is white thread still. Oh, I totally just knocked that second bobbin of white thread off. I was like, something fell off. And I think it was the white thread bobbin. Oh no, it's over here. Why it's over there and not in the drawer is a current Katie problem from past Katie. I have no clue. Don't ask me, I just live here. Okay. Bobbin. You know what? I think that's the next cat's name. Bobbin would be a ridiculously cute name for a cat. I know a lot of cats name their humans after food. But no, not the white thread, the black thread. I know. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, they're almost 5 and almost 4 already. But yeah, I know, I told him that, like, just take them to bed because A, it's less disruptive. B, they'll be extremely upset. And honestly, if they just going to bed with them, they just stayed asleep. They probably didn't even wake up when they normally would wake up. So, multiple excellent factors. But, oh God, I went too far. Too far, Katie. You said that before, you would not be lying. No, just right. Okay, we'll go with just right. Gonna pull this in tight, and then we're just going to move it forward for the next bag. Right? Bobbin would be an amazing name, especially because it's like both sewing and like spinning, which in all my spare time, I do spin actually. Right? Bobbin? Yeah, it's a bobbin on the wheel. I'm like, wait, I say that out loud, and now I'm second guessing myself. Yeah, bobbin. I eventually really would love to have I want another Ouija for sure, but I want a black Ouija because I would love to name them after the soot sprite in Ghibli films, which I think is Kurosuke. And then their nickname can be Kuro because it's black. But like, can you imagine a fluffy, like a black Flynn? Oh, it would look like a soot sprite. And actually, there is a breeder on Vancouver Island now, so that's exciting too, because previously there were no breeders outside of Quebec, which is why we ended up going down to Washington State. But Facebook keeps recommending that we become friends. Yeah, I'm like, that tells me a little bit more than I want to know about this person, and so we'll stick with Canadian breeders where I can. Okay. Getting there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 more. We can do that. yeah, but the plan next time is it's like, okay, so we don't ever want to not adopt a cat from the Humane Society, but we also still always want to have at least one Ouija around. Honestly, having 2 would be amazing, but I think we should, like, to balance it, we'll probably end up getting a Ouija and then one from the Humane Society. Obviously, I'm not against breeding of cats. You have to... Actually, honestly, I would prefer that we supported, like, legitimate breeders, because then we would end up having probably less like, cats in shelters. So that's always my opinion on it. But your Heinz 57 cat are amazing cats, too. So we're going to balance it. So there we go. Hopefully a black cat, black Ouija, that we can name Kurosuke, and then we can name the Heinz 57 cat Bobbin. That was a... Okay, that lighting apparently was not actually ironed out of the way enough, so I'm going to have to go back in, and the bobbin thread broke anyway, so let's pull this all up and out of the way. So many black stitched bags. All the bright colors, nice bright colors. I'm gonna have a super cheerful booth this time, which is so exciting. Okay. That's not the Doom song yet. Doom song might still come out tomorrow, who knows? But it's not coming out right now. This is annoying, but whatever, it's easy to fix right now. Far easier to fix right now than getting to the end, and I really want the Sushi Neko bags, so. Because Sushi Neko is popular, especially on the Navy for some reason. I wish it... It's one that I'm going to look for again when I'm there in 26. I don't know. It wasn't there when I was there with Caroline in 23. It was all, at least in this format. There's one where there was like tiny little Sushi Neko, and I'm like, well, no, that's not the same. It's also on cotton, and it just, I don't know, threw me off. The vibes were off, so I was like, no, that's not what I'm looking for. Should I have bought it anyway? Probably, but I don't know. The cotton linen with the little bit larger format print is way better. IMO. Glasses cases. That's what else we should focus on for Odafest. Right. I also want to get... God. Slow your roll, Katie. Kobo cases. I know I said that I was going to do like book covers, but I think actually what I should do is ebook covers, because A, it's an electronic device, and B, they are consistent sizes. Which means that I wouldn't have to mess around with the dimensions very much. Is it perfect? No, but it is a good way to like dip my toe into it, I think, is also the other part of this. To see if there's even any interest or anything like that. I bet you I probably could interest my smutty book club if I got on it fairly rapidly here. We'll figure it out. Oh, these planets are gorgeous. And there's sparkly, just very extremely subtly sparkly. Not like sparkles. To be honest, the gold highlights on the bags are more shimmery than even this sparkle on this bag. So, you know. Whoa, that like broke really fast, which means that it is not winding. Alrighty. What is going on? Oh my God. I swear I put that through a bobbin hole. What is going on? Oh, it got like, started winding the actual, okay, whatever. Pop it off. Backstitch this so it doesn't keep winding. What it ended up doing was catching the end that isn't supposed to be caught. Don't know what's going on with my hands. They have a mind of their own right now. That is the coffee. Instead of making me jittery, it's making me hand flappy. Hedgies, 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 hedgies. I like how I'm like, it's going to be so bright and cheery. And then, well, the hedgies are cheery. The colorway is not. It's very monochromatic. But I love the composition of this one because they're all like stuffed into each other. And so like, ugh, it's good. So good. All right. Red Sushi Neko. And then the last of the Angry Apron Cats on this like dark teal. And then we'll go in and clip all the oh, that's the email that I got. YKK emailed me back. And apparently my order is still held up. One moment. I'll tell you why. I just need a dramatic coffee drinking. Apparently, it's actually held up by the new zipper tape that I ordered with the new zipper pulls that I ordered in the like off-white color. Apparently, he has set someone to investigate it, and they have stock available of it. This was supposed to be saving me money and time in some ways as well. Mostly money, because honestly, it's actually, as much as it's 200 meter in minimum order quantity, it is also oh God, then I don't have to hold stock on zippers that I may not use, because it's like, I'm not going to order like a random color. But yeah, haven't you been like keeping an eye on it? So we wait another day because they're closed now. Of course, they closed at like 3 o'clock my time. It's currently almost 5 because they're in the east. Like I said, it almost sounds like it would be worth canceling the order and reordering it now, because they have the stock on hand, obviously, or at least that's what it's saying they do. And it's like, what is fucking going? Like, I must have gotten lost in the shuffle or something like that, right? Like, I must have been one of the first orders on this new system. And then, like, granted, yeah, they had some fuck ups, like the paint. Apparently, the paint manufacturer basically effed a lot of shit up. But like, Jesus, is this ever not what I expected? Because the last order went super smooth. I ordered the minimum quantity, and it came. It just arrived. It was perfect. It was awesome. Lovely. 10 out of 10 experience. That's just how it should work. And like, I get delays, but this has been too long. And it is going to impact my business if I don't get them now. That's where I'm at. So I'm like, okay, I'm thinking about it. I'm like, I wonder if they'll split the order for me, but then I don't want them to split the order because I'm like, well, what if they forget about it again or whatever? Like, Jesus. So we'll give them one more chance. I am going to have to order dark brown zippers I'm going to let this order clear before I place an order with them. I do need a roll of dark brown because we seem to have a lot of dark brown and dark brown accented fabrics right now. So there's that. And so we'll place that order, see if it works out or not. And then if it doesn't, we'll just go back to my previous supplier, or I'll suck it up and start buying through Pacana. Because my previous wholesale supplier is through the States. And I'm like, even with the exchange rate right now, I'm like, ugh. It's been horrendous for a while, to be honest. That's partly why I was so excited to actually get in contact with the Canadian supplier and like purchase through them, because I'm also building Canadian dollars, and there's a multitude of reasons to switch over. So, and I'm clipping them separately when I can just twist and clip. There we go. So anyway, yeah, I got a response today, and I'm like, what? Wait, what? Send my goddamn order then. It better be shipped like tomorrow. Because I know keeping track of it is also my responsibility, but seriously, I don't think it should be this much my responsibility. Right? Like, I don't feel like it's unreasonable to expect them to keep some track of their orders. I know I'm not a big fish either, but God. Anyway, it's wild because you'd think that like that off-white color, which would be one of the more I don't know. I don't know why this is taking so long, because it's not like I ordered any really weird colors, I guess that's what I'm getting at. I ordered some pretty generic colors. Like, the gray not so much, but black. Seriously. Oh well. So in the not cap problems part of the business, it's like, oh my God, just send me my goddamn zippers, please. Or split the order and ship me the zipper pulls and the zipper you have in stock, and then follow up with the zippers later. Because honestly, at this point, that should be the least you do. Okay. Speaking of zipper pulls, we need to install 2 red zipper pulls. Oh God. Come here. Da, 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 da. What the hell? Why am I like stuffy? Weird. Technically I'm supposed to turn this, but realistically I can do the number 3 on the number 5 side, whatever. Haha. Okay. Ha 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 ha. Okay, that is the right direction, but it is not the right way for the zipper pull would have been on the inside of the bag. That's not what we're supposed to be doing. There we go. And then we'll zippy up, zippy up, and then we'll deal with turning it afterwards to the exterior. Can I do it with it like the exterior No, I can't, because the way that the zipper pull has to sit in the pull jig. Because can I put it in like this? No, you cannot put it in like that. Interesting. Yeah, just looking at it too, it's like they've just taken the white zipper pull and painted it basically. I wonder what they do with the black. Like, yeah. So you can't tell me. Yeah, whatever. I guess you can't tell me. Whatever. Super annoyed still though. It's like, this is not my problem to solve right now though. 3D brain just broke there for a moment. I got it figured, but it did break there for a moment. Whine, whine, whine. Complain, complain, complain. Come sell me out in Dawson Creek so that I can just go back to my old supplier. They were more expensive. Like, significantly more expensive, though. And we don't get these cool donut poles. So that is the other factor, is I do really like these new poles. That alone is worth it. But it is not worth a 5-month wait either. Wonder if I can order them from, like, through China. But then, probably not, because these are all Japanese well, they're supposed to be Japanese manufactured anyway, still. Okay. Or if I just order number 3 zippers through, like, the manufacturers. Because the ones that we use for the minis are all Chinese made as well. So. Holy crap. Okay, there's a lot to do now. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to trim down all the top stitching that we just finished. And then we'll go in and do the boxing of the edges like we'd planned. And then we'll go in and we'll turn and clip the twill in. And then, yeah, okay. Actually, does this mean I can check mark? I think pretty sure that means I can check mark something off of the listy list, because I have a list here. So it's leather for the kato, top stitch, small box bags, twill, which just means basically like cut the twill. We did that. Wedge the small box bags and finish the ends. Turn notions pouches and finish the notions pouches. And then I do actually have tote bags in here. That's not happening. I'm just going to take those out. Because if I do add anything, I'm going to add a couple more mini traveler's things to finish. Finish notions pouches. We need to finish small box bags. And, okay, so for the kato, we need to sew kato pockets. Sorry, I'm like, this is going to be the parking pad, so I don't like have to keep ruminating on this. Sew the kato pockets. Sew kato interiors. Sew kato interior to exterior. Turn kato. Finish kato. Sew kato wedges. Sew kato interiors. Sew kato interior. There. Chunked out completely. Packed bag, packed truck. So the next thing is to wedge the small box bags. And then we'll worry about the leather for the kato bags. Actually, no, we're not even going to worry about the leather for the kato bags yet. Because I will need to figure out what colors we're actually going to be using. So, and if you want to, now we're hitting a slow point of like trimming all the threads. But yeah, if I don't trim them now, then it does actually take longer after they're done. If desperate times call for desperate measures, I will leave the trimming of the top stitch thread till later. But honestly, I think we're in an okay position to do it right now. Maybe. I don't know. Whatever. We'll pretend we're good. I think we're good. So, sushi neko, angry apron cats, or kitchen cats, whatever you want to call them. Hedgies, space. Oh God, where'd the snippies go? They're like, I'm out of here. I don't want to do no more work. Oh, I don't want to do any more work right now either. I would love to just like wave a wand and for it to be done. The wall has been pretty staved off, thank God. But I am also glad that we're done for now. In a little bit. One more day of sewing, and then I get to come sell them to everyone. Ah. Actually, maybe part of the slow portion next week will also be photographing and posting the new stock. That's one of the other things I should do probably. And I'll probably do that in like a rolling update, meaning that I'll do like portions, so small box bag, Kato, minis, like whatever I kind of get photographed and edited throughout the day. And then so if you're looking for the update, what I would suggest is subscribe to the newsletter, because this is not going to be like a formal, oh my God, we're updating. It's going to be, hey, the update's in the shop kind of thing, because that's the energy I have right now. Honestly, being up in the shop is better than being hidden in a suitcase. So, and it feels like launches don't really work for my business. So it's just like, all right, we'll just post and then it'll be available. I know someone was looking for the chocolate fabric, so I'll make sure that the chocolate fabric's in there if it doesn't sell at Dawson and like all of that. So if you're the one that commented that you loved the chocolate fabric, it is coming. There are Kato bags out of it. And then the tote bags will be done for June. Let's go with June. It'll be done for June. 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 Okay. Go. Clip the threads, clip the threads, clip, 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 clip the threads. So yeah, with a number of Kato that it looks like we're gonna, okay, so if we're gonna finish like basically 50 small box bags, that's, I'm not actually sick, but apparently something is making me extremely snuffly and nasally. Anyway, we get almost 50 small box bags. That's 10 hooks, which is like just around one set of grid wall. So 2 panels of grid wall should take care of all the small box bags. And then if we have about 46 new Kato, we're going to take the shelves and I'll put the shelves on the grid wall as well. And then we've got a good selection of large box bags. Definitely more than either of these two, so that's good. And then, yeah. World weary sigh. I'm really excited about that brainwave of the little ring dishes from Obi. That is an exciting thought. I think it's good. I think that'll work really well. That's why it needs to be a snap down tray. What if you want to take it traveling? Yeah. Okay, there we go. Because I'm like, I want to keep it consistent, which means that it should also be a little snap down tray. Yeah, if I made a snap down tray, then it can be like you can travel with it and use it as a ring or like a jewelry tray while you're traveling. Yes. Yes. I like it. I feel like that. Yeah. And when I say little, I'm thinking like 4x4 as like, and then maybe like a 3x3 kind of interior square. I feel like that's a good size for like a travel tray. I like it. Now, not all of those will be Obi either, because I'm like thinking about the scale of the Obi a lot of the time, and a lot of the time that just, it won't even show you anything. But like for the stuff that has smaller prints on it, or like when I'm actually there and getting more kimono and stuff, like this is a good product idea right now, but it's also a really good product idea to be looking for fabric for in the future, sort of thing is what I'm getting at. Kimono prints and like, oh, I might have some scraps that work for it actually. Yeah, but anyway, kimono prints and shit like that. It'll be really good to be looking towards that. Wonder, yeah, I'm gonna have to like, yeah, anyway. Scraps, yeah, exactly, like the larger scraps. And definitely for like the cotton and cotton linens too, and the obi as well, and the kimono. It'll be really good there. And like at the same time, it'll also be really good for like not just the print stuff, but the plain stuff as well. Like just a nice colored, like the hawari, that purple hawari that I pulled apart for wallets last year. That's gorgeous. Like that's just super striking. It is super striking. So. Ooh, it would look really good in that Segai-ha, the one that looks like mermaid scales because of the gradient. That would look really good. It's like, yeah, it's directional, but whatever. It's a little box. It's a little tray. But yeah, snap up, snap down, even on the small ones makes sense then. Yeah, solids. Those, yeah, and then when I'm there, like that's when I was buying kimono there last time, I was looking for very specific things. So now, knowing what I know and how we're going to be using them on top of it, I'm going to be looking for a little bit different as well again. So, and we can look for those scrap packs because I know a lot of the kimono vendors have scrap packs because like some kimonos are too damaged to use, even for like, or to sell on and blah, 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 blah. So I think the focus for, because next year, like, I'm going to have 2 fairly rapid back-to-back trips. I have been saying that I'm going to go in the fall. Maybe I'll go in February again. I don't know. I just have to make sure that I can hit a temple market or 2. So whatever kind of lines up the best. And I'm just thinking of cash flow too, to be honest. Although it doesn't matter between November and February because there will be no shows really. Well, yeah. There's very few shows in that time period. But, I think the first, so next, like the first trip with the kids and everything like that is definitely going to be like a focus in on cotton and cotton linen blends, the everyday stuff. And then, the fall or early spring trip the next year to like, the next trip. And that second trip is mostly so that we can also go pick up the charms. That's the big thing. It's that, and I'll focus in on like the kimono and obi and stuff like that. I will still buy, I will not buy obi and kimono in February. But that will be the focus more of the second trip. So. But yeah, there's no more Airdrie show next year, so I'm like, oh, or the following year. So I'm like, okay, well, that's a loss. And then it's like, the shows that they're doing right now are above the store in Cochrane, but I've heard very mixed reviews on them. And they're quite expensive for what they're offering. So I'm like, no. Convenient? Yes. Useful? Maybe not. So. Yeah, the temple market with the kids for a little bit will be fun. And then that is the thing, is like Dallas will be should be comfortable enough, I hope. Yeah, he'll be fine. He'll be able, like once they're done, we'll he'll take them back to the hotel and I can finish my shopping. And that's kind of what I'm thinking, even with the day for shopping for fabric in Kyoto, is I'll take them and show them, especially the eldest, because I think they'll both adore seeing it. Maybe get them to pick out some fabric for themselves, sort of thing. Like, hey, because the youngest adores Pikachu. Do they really know what Pokemon is? No. Does it matter? No. But, yeah, get them to, like, choose out a fabric for a shirt or something. The eldest is going to need a backpack for dance next year, so I think maybe that actually might be the best option for them. And, like, some clothing, because hi, adorable. Yeah, but then like walk them down so that they can go to the playground that's down by the river, because yeah. And then, oh yeah, that actually is a good idea, because then I'll have Dallas's help to get the bags back to or down to, like, actually I'm thinking I should be able to, I definitely can ship from around Kyoto Station, but I'm thinking I should be able to ship from a kombini. I should almost message Nomura and be like, where's the closest place you can, like, ship with Takubin? Yes, and educational. Exactly. Whole life education. That's what we're aiming for with the homeschooling. It's what we're aiming for right now, too. But definitely, like, that is what we're trying to, like, instill. And, like, being like, this is why mom has to work so hard sometimes. Sorry. Not really. This is why. Just, like, connection points, right? They're old enough to understand. Yeah, exactly. I probably won't do that in Tokyo because, well, even the ride to Hirakatashi to Kyoto is a little bit, but, like, oh, actually, that's a good point. We'll go to I'll show Dallas where the playground is first, and then we'll go to the shop and I'll start shopping with them. There we go. They can purchase their fabrics, because then we can also get it tax-free. I can't get it tax-free for the business because it's for commercial use. But then they can get some tax-free fabric for their stuff. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, but then they can shop with me, get their fabric, and then go back to, like, the playground. And then I can go shop my stuff and then call Dallas back when I'm done, and he can help me haul suitcases to wherever's closest for Takubin. Yeah. That is actually probably the best sequence we can have for this trip. And then as they get older, they can start shopping with me. But I don't think a nearly 5 and a nearly 6-year-old are going to be too big into standing around the shop while fabric's getting cut and I'm making decisions. Mostly making decisions. Plus, I want to, like, film the shop again and stuff like that. So come shop Nomura Taylor with me again, because why not? And then I'll have to find some, oh yeah, and we'll do Yuzawaya and stuff like that. Probably that day too. I'm just going to do, like, a full shopping day of fabric in Kyoto, because the Yuzawaya is in Kyoto Station and things like that. So if we're already up there for doing shipping and things like that, right? Exactly. They'll be excited to see it. It will be an excellent jet lag experience to kind of get them over the hump, hopefully. And then they can bugger off or fuck off and go play in the playground. Yep. They'll have more fun there that way. I will have more fun that way. Let's be blunt about this. It will be fun for maybe even half an hour. And I have to get down to business to defeat the fabric selection process, not the Huns. Now I'm going to have that song stuck in my head. That's my own goddamn fault, and I understand that. But now it is stuck in my head, so I kind of hope it's stuck in yours too. Yeah, exactly. There's probably not going to be a lot of bugs. They honestly may have snow in February. So hopefully it's warm enough that they can play on the playground. And worst case scenario, they go to the coffee shop and they get their and they get the phone for a little bit or something like that. Whatever. It's fine. I was talking to Dallas about our day bag strategy, and I'm like, we're just going to use the day pack. We got a city kind of hiking pack, urban. Ha. I'm not singing it. This is not karaoke. Plus I could get in trouble. But yeah. Words, sundries, things. Yeah, the city pack, because I was like, basically, well, we're not going to carry the diaper bag anymore because, okay. When we're in Calgary and adventuring in this area, we'll probably still take the diaper bag for a little bit, but we're out of diapers. We're done. It's yes, we still have a few backups. But at this point, we still need to carry along a change of clothes. That's why it's hey, I think the day pack's probably the best one. We usually do carry the day pack anyway, but then Dallas can keep water bottles and a change of clothes and honestly their iPads with us, because then if we're on a train for a long time or they just hit done, they have it. So we have it. That's actually the key. We have that ability to give it to them. So I think though, honestly, they're going to be so into being on the trains and watching that I think they'll be okay. So yeah, I'm excited. Obviously I'm excited. Like I said, this is just we're just going to keep spiraling about it until we actually go. And then I will keep talking about it until we go again, I'm sure. Because it's just a consistent, it's time to go again. There are other places I want to visit in the world, but at the same time, if someone told me that I could only go visit Japan, I would not actually be that mad about it. As long as it wasn't if I could go and do it wasn't the same area all the time, because there's so much to do in Japan. So yeah, wipes, clothes, water bottles for all four of us. Yeah, the wipes and the clothes are probably going to take up the yes, and snacks, snack girls. Got to do a combini stop every morning and every night. We got and it's going to be an alcohol bag too. I got to go buy our beer, take it back to the hotel. I think there's 2 or 3 combini even around in here, Kadashi. We'll have to track them down again, but they're there. Okay, we're into the home stretch with the small box bags for now. Yay! This was a good plan because it did give my hand a break from the shears. Thank God. Dallas keeps talking that if he doesn't get into Tokyo, he's like, well, I could just go by myself. And I'm like, yep. You totally could. A solo trip to Japan is fucking amazing. But if the kids are old enough, I want to come too. Because I still really want to do that. That would end up being a 72-hour in Japan thing. But as insane as it is, I still would love to do a 24-hour in Japan thing and basically vlog the whole thing. Clickbait for the channel? 100%. I fully acknowledge that. Fucking fun for me? Yes. That's the other part of that. It would just be fucking amazing. Yeah, actually vending machine money. So as we get closer to the Santa list this year is already getting built. That it'll be like some yen, and a stamp book for the various like stamps you can get at stations. We're not going to stamp hunt, but then they've got a little book to like put their little stamps in and all that. The cool thing about the Japan now though too is their vending machines actually have the tap with the ikoka thing. So it's still very cash based. So you always have to have cash. If you are traveling to Japan, carry cash. You can use your credit card a lot more places than you used to be able to. Carry cash. I actually have a little, or I still got my like coin and bill stash from the last trip. So I'm like, okay, we got enough money to like recharge the ikoka, and like because here's part of it is that doing the exchange here doesn't make sense. It's cheaper to like do it there than here, just at the ATMs and stuff like that. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking. And it's just, they just aren't quite there yet, right? Like all our relatives are, well, my mother and father-in-law are quite a bit older. So they're like 70. And with the amount of energy that the children have, I'm like, no, we'll gotta wait. But like I'm thinking like if they're like 6 and 7, 7 and 8, I think that's when we can start to really, once they're a little bit more able to go out and reach the toaster and put some toast down for themselves in the morning and cook an egg maybe. Definitely toast. At least toast. Or pour themselves like a bowl of cereal. I know, they should be able to do that at this point, but the jug of milk is too big still. Yeah, a little bit more independent. That's when they can start staying places. Anyway, he keeps talking about it. I'm like, honestly, solo trip is awesome. If we can make it work, I will come with you because that would still be a lot of fun. And I would just do like a fabric trip. You could go do your race. You could do like a rot day in Tokyo together and then come home, basically. Actually, no, we would do like a day there. Hi, Kat. Thank you for holding the bags and keeping them warm. Yeah, we'd fly out, I think, probably on like the Thursday. You arrive on Friday. You go do the package pickup on Saturday. I shop. He does the marathon. We go out for some drinks. And then you come home on Monday. Or Tuesday. One of the two. It's like 72 to 96 hours or whatever. Less than 100. I can see the title. Less than 100 hours in Japan. I know. I love them. I'm just so excited to show them these places. And I'm also like, I really want to go by ourselves. Obviously not for like 3 weeks, but there was people down at Disney running the Dopey when we were there, and they're like, yeah, we left our 4-year-old with like relatives. And I'm like, all I can think of is like, yeah, that would be, obviously we had kids later too, and that's going to impact the childcare available too. But as much as like a solo adult trip down to Disney would be like freaking amazing now, I'm like also at the same time I'm like, I think I would be down there, and so like, oh man, I wish I could show them this stuff, right? There's that too. So yeah, I know he's totally jealous. It's all these other cats. Hi, buddy. He's been really like really sucky recently. Probably is jealous. He's probably like, if you're not here, you're spending all your time with your kids. What about me? Oh, I know, honey. I still love you. Yeah, I know I'm salty. I'm gonna have to have a shower tonight before bed. Okay, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 left. 6 left, 6 left, 6 left, 6 left, 6 left, 6 left. Hi. I love you too. Are you jealous of the dogs or are you jealous of the cats? Cute. Yeah. Go. Doon, 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 doon. Trimming, top stitch, trimming, top stitch, trimming, top stitch threads. Wonder if actually if Dallas is on his way home. I'm pretty sure they were eating. Nope, they're still at dinner. Okay, cool. I'm gonna finish trimming these top stitch threads and then it's gonna be pee break time. Excellent time for everyone to replenish any beverages that they need. Me too. Should chug some water, actually. Because that was the deal. Finish a cup of coffee or a caffeinated beverage, whatever. Finish something that isn't water, chug some water. Because I wouldn't say that I'm dehydrated, but I am definitely underhydrated right now. Which I could tell because I got a freaking stitch on the treadmill yesterday when I was doing the speed work. And blow my nose. Like I said, it's not like I think I am fully recovered, finally, from whatever the hell that was. Stupid upper respiratory shit. At least it didn't get into our lungs this time, which is good. But, yeah, apparently it's like my nose is like irritated. And actually, you know what? It's probably a pollen outside now because, it's springtime now, I guess. It's like, I don't want winter anymore. But I also don't want pollen season this year. No happy medium. Katie just always has something to whine about. Cat problems. I am a cat. Oh, God. I was actually thinking of that when I was, outside running. I'm like, this next thing is just going to be pollen, isn't it? All right. Almost there, almost there. Hi, buddy. You are very pleased with yourself right now, aren't you? Are you comfy? Mm-hmm. That's why I need to make sure that I have a lint roller on hand. Especially in this season of shed. These guys get labels when we box the edges. So they get right, you're right, I should actually. There isn't very many cotton linen blends in this one. But I can figure that out when we're clipping the edges because then we can split them into those piles. So these get labeled when we box the edges. So in this situation, we'll wedge, sew the end, wedge, turn, sew the end tabs, and then box the edges, and that's when we add the labels. Then we turn and do the finishing seam. Okay, last 2 here. Okay, don't knock everything off. Don't knock the twill off. I would be upset about that, actually, more than even the bags. Just because the little twill pieces are hard to track down. There. He's like, now I'll go be a pest over here. He is still on the sewing table. You just can't see him because he's directly behind the camera here. There we go. Doom, 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 doom. All right, if you're watching this because you're like, I'm waiting for you to come to Knit City, Vancouver, Katie, let me know what you want to see there, because that is actually, as much as I'm talking about all these in-between shows, light the fire under my butt for September, because I'm going to need it, A. And B, I don't know. It's like having some guidance on what people want to see is always nice. And obviously that can come throughout the summer, but that is the next cutting, like major cutting thing we're going to do is, again, as much as it's for the in-between shows, it is actually in service of Knit City, Vancouver. So because at this point, that's what's going to pay for Japan. So, which is awesome. Everything else is obviously contributing as well, but that'll be the hotels. That's actually going to be the bigger expense on this trip. So, all right, and fabric. There's that factor too. Wash and break time. Go fill up your beverages, whatever that might be. If you're having a beer, cheers it for me, because I am not until Saturday after setup, or at least like the majority of setup. Oh, there's a piece of bumblebee fabric down there. Anyway, I'll be back in a few minutes. back. All right. Let's just shove them underneath. Okay. Sure. The next step is that we got to actually do the wedging. Which thingamabobber is right here. There is actually warm enough outside. Obviously, I'm in a t-shirt, so you can. That already tells you that the basement isn't like frigid like it has been for the last while. Or hopefully it tells you that it's not frigid. And there's sunshine on my leggies and it's so nice and warm. I still went upstairs. When I was upstairs, I still put my slippers on though, because I was like, all right, the toes are still a little bit crispy. Crispy cold. So, there's that. Okay, I gotta get all the twill out from under here. We have, everything is top stitched. Yay! Boom. We'll need to swap out the thread color again, but we can do that in a couple minutes because I don't want to, we're not going to like sew all of these with black because even the black ones don't need that. That is ready to go. So I should work from here to there. Okay. Turn the machine off so I do not catch myself under the needle. What is Katie paranoid about? Cutting herself on the rotary cutter and catching a finger under the machine needle because, oh my God, I do not need to sew through my finger, especially right now. That would put more than just a little damper on this whole process. No doctor's visit. Cat just thonked himself on the window. Okay. Open edge, zip edge. Longer end this way because we still gotta sew. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Longer end. Right, and then I was just gonna mark it and then I need, you know what? Chalk, 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 chalk. All over the goddamn place. Okay. Yellow, white. Where's my pink one? And, oh, whatever. That should work. Between the two of those, I should have something that does enough marking color. Pink would be better for these lighter ones, but I think this will work. Because what I would like to do is just go in and mark everything, and then we'll go in and cut everything, because in my brain, that works the best, I think. But I can just like fold this in half and like imprint on the other side. Ooh, that is a good point though. If I'm doing end seams, I could actually put the label in the end seams, couldn't I? Shit. Fine. Good call. Rather than having to do them in the wedge, and then that would be one less thing to have to worry about later. Okay. Sound like one of my kids. Okay. Cotton. All right. At least I know they come by it honestly. Oh, there's definitely a little bit more sass, I think. Maybe not. No, never mind. I'll shut up. Probably more chalk than we need on these, but whatever. Whatever. It'll be fine. Can I just do it in one stroke? I can. Is that dark and like enough? It is. So between the little like chalk teethies and the chalk itself, it's enough. Go. Yeah, I know. I just saw your note and I was like, wait, nope, that's right. Let's move it. If I, here's the thing, if I forget it, not a big deal, right? Because then it can still go in the wedge. But yeah, if we put them in the ends, that's probably the more solid decision. Well, Cat's like, it wasn't me. He's over in the window like, yeah, fuck yeah, the window's open. Go. There we go. Okay, that edge, we're gonna go with the interior edge on this one, because honestly, that edge, the lining edge is significantly further in. Well, yeah, a good like almost 3/4 of an inch. So that's what we'll do there. Usually I would go with the exterior edge, but we'll trim the exterior edge down when we trim down the Dude, if you stop this stream, I am going to be upset. We're good, but my God, if it's not the kids, it's the cats. Or me knocking everything over. Goddamn. Oh God. This one's went really far down. It's like, come on. There we go. All right. Don't do it again. There. You can go down there and then we'll, yeah, okay, got it. I like how I'm lecturing them like they are like responsible for themselves. They aren't. I know that, but still. This way, that way. This way, that way. Boom, boom. Actually, I see what I can do next time to make that more efficient as well. It's basically, okay, this one, neither of these colors are going to show up on it. That's why I have the pink, but yeah, like I didn't, oh, I wonder if it ended up in here randomly. It did. I win. There we go. Now I have the trifecta of colors available. I wonder if there's a blue one, actually. Well, okay, I haven't looked for them again since the trip that I bought these ones, but blue would be handy. Okay, is the interior centered? No, the interior is not centered on that zipper. Whew. Okay, no, it actually, you know what? We can zip this all the way up and center it that way. This like exterior is a little bit larger than the interior, which is fine. No baggy interiors if we can avoid it. It doesn't mean that there is a little bit different finessing for it instead of just like bloop and you match. There we go. Good. Flippy flip. Okay, so what I can do is we can pop it here. Zip. Oh yeah, that's way better. Zip. And then we don't have to like flip it as dramatically as I was doing because honestly, it doesn't matter. We can just do this. There we go. Then flip it once instead of turning it 4 times. Success. Yay. Some days it works. And by it, I mean the brain. Some days the brain works. Some days the brain does not work. Okay, we will do a separate linen pile, cotton linen pile though. Okay, that needed to be darker. It was not dark enough. All right, down. And then, oh God, will any color work on this? Probably the white. Jesus. That's why blue would be nice actually, because I think blue even or even blue Or blue would show up on the dark ones even. There we go. That is the sentence structure I'm going for. So it's like everyone's always like, what's the hardest language to learn in the world? And it's like, and I still contend it's English. For a non-native speaker, English is still probably one of the hardest ones to learn. Because like with Japanese and stuff like that, it's got a very rigid like grammar structure and everything like that. Although the other thing I have heard is it's like for, and this is, I think this is true of all languages, is it's like a native speaker is going to like be able to understand it even if you, like we get the gist of it. Even if you speak it poorly sort of thing. But I still think it's probably one of the hardest languages to learn because we've magpied it so much. That's why. It's also, I don't know why I turned it there. Anyway, it's also the why, actually, in some ways, I think Japanese was a little bit easier to learn than like another Romance language because you cannot like mix them up. Or at least it's really hard to. Maybe some grammar structures and stuff like that, but like not your vocab, that's for sure. It's not like we've borrowed from Japanese, but not in the same way that we've borrowed in say like French or German or Spanish, mostly the Romance languages, not Germanic necessarily, but yeah. Our borrowing from Asian languages is maybe not as prevalent as it is from Indo-European. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Although at the same time, I don't know about African languages. I think some of them might be hard to learn as well, because I know there's a lot different dialects and stuff too. So I'm just spouting out my ass from my very small sampling of the world. There. Pink, pink, pink. Glad I made the template rather than guessing. No! How did I not? Oh, okay. We didn't catch the zipper fully. So that's gone. In timeout. Damn it. That's annoying. Because that's a really cute one, too. Oh, well. At least I caught it now. Like before I finish the bag. Easier to fix it now. Or at this step. We're not fixing it now. But, like, easier to fix it at this step than trying to fix it later. That's for sure. Alright, exterior. Move independently of the interior, please. There we go. Yeah. That out of the way. Pink on this one too. Even though it's pink background, it's a dark pink, so should be good. Zip. Zip. Turn. Wendy, what we were going to talk about that you were like, I've got tips about this. And I was like, let's not do it right now because there's going to be a child down here soon. What were we working on? It was something recently. Like, when I say recently, I mean like within the last 3 to 4 days. Shit. Interfacing? No, it wasn't interfacing the labels. It was one of the, yeah, and it was one of the late night streams. Oh yeah, the passport folders. What did you have there? Thank you. Obviously, I'm not working on them right now, so but we'll take the advice and then we can like also chat about it when I actually sit down to do them again. Because yeah, they weren't fitting correctly, and I was like, okay, I think next time we're going to need to like cut the exteriors like an inch larger, which I think will help. Because the interiors are like an inch larger as well, even when you take up the extra for the zipper. And I think we need to take the interfacing out of the card pockets and stuff like I have more interfacing in there than the pattern calls for. So I think that's also impacting how everything is like fitting together. So just as a heads up, like those are the couple of things that I was like thinking about to improve them. But we also have to work with what we've currently got cut. Why did I do a full... Whatever. Doesn't matter. Don't question. Just do. It's just like, why did I just do like a full like 180 on this? We could have done the other end for sure. Do I even need to... Fuck me. I don't even really need to turn this. Realistically, I guess in the past I never really had to turn it either. It's just... I was usually determining it right away. Oh, I wonder actually if we try putting 2 passports in, if that will work better. The main thing that was happening that I didn't like, so yes, that is an excellent point. So I'll ease up on the exterior cut for the next one. But even the 2 passports, they're too tall. And so they were like, you couldn't even fold the passport over top of them. Which those are the ones that I'll tear it out, redo the passport pocket so that like it goes up and down. But that is a good point. So yeah, so more ease on the exterior for sure. And and that's what I'm like with the interfacing. The interfacing needs to come off because there is not enough room for the interfacing. I am not giving up the pocket lining, and so that should have been the only change I really made to the pattern. But yeah, the interfacing needs to come out. And we are using a twill lining, whereas the pattern is written for a quilt cotton, like the exterior. So yeah, I did not account for bulk. Damn it. Maybe we should just go in and we'll finish up the rest of these as single. No, I think I can. I'll do one more in the cotton and cotton linen blends just to make sure, because like I do have some of the obi fabric ones cut, and I want to make sure that they're good before I do make those ones. It's tempting to go in and like add a canvas like frame to it almost. But yeah, okay, so add, I think the exterior needs like an inch. Yeah, I'll look at the construction. We'll remove the interfacing from the interior so that that's not a factor anymore. And the one that I did get that I'm happy with, I constructed it correctly based on like how she wants it done. So there's that too. Yeah, I know. I don't know why I like you buy a pattern and then you don't follow the instructions, Katie. 100%. Don't we all? Yeah, we'll experiment. Yeah, we'll experiment with those, and I think I'll focus in on getting those done for Odafest as well. Because they still, like, although a 4-person passport folder may not be the prime audience there, I don't know. Like, I don't know what the demographic for Odafest is. This is something I should have probably looked up. I think singleton passport folders might be better. So maybe that's something I'll look into over the next few days as well. Again, in all the spare time. You know what? Then in that case, what I will do is, since these are already cut to the size, is we will go in and we'll just line them with cotton. That's part of what we'll do. Because the other thing is, the kimono is not. It's probably about 50% thicker with the interfacing. And it has to be interfaced, unfortunately. Just for the stability. But yeah, let's go in. That's part. Yeah, or an extension like on the back or the front edge, which would work too. Okay, let's play. First things first, actually, I'll cut cotton. And we'll leave the interfacing in the pockets and all of that, because that's the stress edges. The lining isn't going to actually get that much stress, right? So, in some ways. So maybe that's what we'll do first. Try that, and then after that, we'll go in, and if that works, easy fix, actually, which is awesome. If it doesn't work, and then we'll go in and do other things to it. Other things. I know, honestly, for the ones that they don't fit in, and I'm going down to like, well, we'll take it out and we'll just do like a 1 pocket. Like, I'm not actually mad about it. I'm a little bit peeved because none of them turned out in time for Hanami. That's what I'm annoyed about. I'm not actually annoyed with the actual product. I'm like, okay, the pivot on it to make it a like 1 to 2 person passport folder is actually not the worst thing, but it did still feel like a waste of time. That's what annoyed me with it. Like, damn it. So yeah, but we'll try cotton first. We'll do that. Take the twill out. The twill is nice, but the cotton will be fine. Yeah, exactly. It isn't hard to tweak it either. And that's the other thing, is we could also put the extension like a little like canvas or a strip of the fabric itself, I guess, maybe even, which would be kind of cute. Thanks. I do appreciate that, because it's like, we have to work with what we have right now. Because they're already cut. I committed. Maybe I overcommitted without realizing. Oops. Does that surprise anyone? No. But I haven't had a pattern that I've committed to fail that hard in a very long time. So that's part of why I'm like, what's going on? Is it going to humble me? No, because we'll figure it out. But between you and I think we'll get it. Yeah, it just didn't work out. I have to figure out what to do with the rest of them so that it doesn't create a waste, right? So we got it. Thank you for the tips. Yeah. So first things first, I will actually, I think the easiest swap is probably to go down to the cotton instead of the twill. So we'll try that first. Leave the interfacing in, because I do think the interfacing does give it a better body. But then I think in future we'll use the twill, because I prefer the twill in it. Take the interfacing out of the flappy flaps and add like a 1/2 inch to the exterior to account for using twill. Because here's the thing, if I have to trim down some excess fabric, then I have to trim down some excess fabric. It's not the end of the world. It is not the end of the world. But then what we can do is we can use the twill pieces that I already have for later, which is also fine. So, oh no, the interiors are prepped for more passport folders. Whatever will we do? Maybe make more passport folders? My God. Hopefully they sell. I'm just making guesses. But actually, the person that that I bought my passport folder from, which has the same issue. It's like, it's not, okay. It is able to hold 4 passports. It does not appreciate it. Like it will snap closed, but it's going to break if I continue to use it for 4. So that's why I was like, I need a new passport folder. And I know a lot of people in my age group have also had kids. So it's like, okay. Or are having more children as well. Dallas just texted about food. Yay, dinner's almost here. He's like, can I just drop and go? And I'm like, yeah, go for it. I don't care. I'm going to scuttle upstairs and eat it and then scuttle back downstairs. It's not like this is going to be a leisurely dinner. Apparently the children were very good. He texted like 20 minutes ago. I don't know how I missed that, but all right. Oh, God. Sorry. Exposure, overexposure. The brightness needs to stay where it was. I don't know why I adjusted that. We know that's exposure. Can I, if I click the auto exposure out? No. Damn it. It's because it's like so one directional too. It's a bit better. Oh, it just feels so good on my legs. I am going to leave it open on my legs, but we'll... There we go. Yeah, I've still got the sunshine patch, but like a cat in my little sunshine patch. But the bag is not like blowing out the camera anymore. Yay! Okay. God, yellow. It's like, what color is going to show up on this where there's black and pink and white? Actually, pink might have shown up as well because I just realized that's not a black marking implement. I don't know why I keep turning these. I could just do them all from the same edge, basically, facing me. Boom, 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 boom. And then just make sure we're still alive. Like I said, the small T traumas of having shit go sideways. Good. Okay. Oh, these strawberries are so good. Yum, yum, yum. They look delicious. And nutritious. Okay, now I can't see my lines because it's not bright enough. Actually, that helps me significantly, and it doesn't blow it out for you. Okay. Turn on a light, even though the sunshine is here. Super annoying. Zip. Zip. Okay. Alright, so we are going to get small box bags to the point of wedging tonight. We will get all the ends done. I am not going to wedge them tonight, or box the edges to finish them. That'll be a tomorrow task. And then I will go in and we're going to work on the kato because I also want to get the, like, our attention is divided right now. Are we surprised? No, but also I want to get kato done. And if we get these to the point of like just all we have to do is sew the box edges, And actually, while I'm eating dinner, I will take down your tips, Wendy, and then I will put them in my phone so that I don't fucking forget and be like, Wendy, what did you tell me about the passport folders? Because otherwise, you know that's exactly what'll happen. This is totally feels, or at least it 100% feels like, and if it's not an exact knockoff of a William Morris like wallpaper, it is definitely very heavily inspired. Heavily inspired. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, Jesus. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Holy shit. We still got all the dark ones too. Alrighty. Strap in, folks. If I wasn't hungry right now, I wouldn't eat right now, but I am getting hungry. What time is it? 6. Oh, we still got like 6 hours. We got this. I got this. We got 6 more hours. We're good. Okay, cool. Food time. I'll go eat and then I'll come back down and we will wrap up on the small box bags for today. I have returned. Doom, 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 doom. Alrighty. Apparently my caps lock is on my computer. I have lubricated the hands, i.e. put lotion on, because, my God, they are still so beat up from this winter, and they are starting to crack. And I'm like, that's not good. I want to go find some, like, my friend in Japan brought us, or gifted me and Caroline, actually, some of this stuff called steam cream. You've seen me use it before. But anyway, it's steam cream. Look at that cute little Manakineko. Anyway, it's really nice. It absorbs, like, I only put this on, like, I don't know, a minute ago. And it's, like, a little bit greasy, but it absorbs really well. I do think it's lavender scented, which I don't normally enjoy, but it's nice. It's a really nice lotion. Never seen it in Japan. Gonna have to, like, actually look for it when I'm there next time. Don't shop for cosmetic stuff in Japan very often. But I will make an exception for this one. Actually, there is some, like, Japanese cosmetic stores popping up in Calgary, so I wonder if they carry it, or if they would ever carry it. So. Okay. Ramen was super satisfying. So good. It was thin noodled ramen tonight, which I actually really appreciate. Usually I like medium-ish noodles, I guess. Not thick. But Ichiban has the, like, perfect, like, kind of noodle size for me. God. Anyway, but yeah, this is tasty. Okay. Draw the wedges, cut the wedges, turn the bags, twill. Draw the wedges, cut the wedges, turn the bags, twill. I totally didn't split that into cotton linen and guess cottons. Okay. These are all cotton. These are cotton linen. Cotton. Cotton linen. Don't think there's any other cotton linens. Cotton linen. Woo! Big old pile of cotton. Okay, there we go. Try not to move them around too much so that we don't have to do too much re-centering once we actually have them cut and ready to go. So we probably will a little bit once it's turned, but it shouldn't be too terrible. Yeah. The Sharpie's already wearing off of this. So I'll have to grab the one that must be, actually, that's probably the lotion. This lotion's so awesome. Look at how it's wearing it off. Oh, well. It's still awesome lotion. And it's not like I need to know what it is right now. I just need to know what it is later. So we will just, we'll clean it up and remark it afterwards. Maybe with a thicker Sharpie, apparently. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Maybe we should actually go in and do the... I'm like debating if we should go in and wedge, like box these tonight as well. Or if we should go in with the original plan of working on the Kato pockets. It's like 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. Nope. We'll work on the Kato pockets while I'm still like coherent. As coherent as I ever get. And then we can go in and work on these. These still need straight seams, but they're a lot more mindless than trying to keep straight seams for the Kato pockets. There we go. Decision made. Good. I think that's a sound decision to make, actually. Okay, that interior is quite a bit down into this bag again. We will adjust for that because that's where our seam line's going to end up anyway. Just tells me that the turtles are a little bit large, and that's fine too. I love this bright, like, marigold zipper with these turtles. I was like, I hem and hawed a little bit about it, but honestly, it picks up the yellow in the turtle shells so well. Nice pop. And it pops because it's like a nice vibrant fabric. It makes a nice pop against the whole like navy, because most of the time I would go with navy, but not this time, and I'm glad I didn't. Well, I guess by that argument, realistically, I should leave the cutting and stuff of this even until later. Now we'll cut these down. Maybe cut and do the end seams, or do Kato pockets. Because it's not like these are air erase markers, it's chalk, so the lines would stay while we worked on the Kato. Jumping everywhere and just not finishing anything. No, I think we should cut these down and do end seams. But that's all interior work. No, we'll swap it up. Let's do some Kato work because then it's not on my brain. Let's try and get pockets done. Because the next step for that is getting up and doing leather. Could do leather now. It's too much. Yeah, the pop is way better. It really depends on the bag, right? But that, like, because the turtles are arguably a gender neutral or more masculine even pattern, same as the, like, dragonfly. So there is always a little bit of a, like, risk in adding that pop of color, but honestly, I think it's the right pop. There we go. So there's always like questions about what's your masculine fabrics, and it's like I can't answer that for you. I can't tell you what your masculine is. I would put the turtles under masculine. I would also put the dragonflies and the Shiba and the sneaky kanji cat and like the sushi neko. Those are all, to me, gender neutral or masculine fabrics. And the hedgehogs, actually, and even this outdoor camp and the angry apron cat too. So it's like I can't answer that for you, unfortunately. I wish I could. If I could, it would probably solve a lot of problems for a lot of people. Alright. Yeah, and even like that I would count as like gender neutral just because of the colorway and stuff like that. And we can have cat daddies too. Cat boys, cat men, not just crazy cat ladies. Cat daddies. Never call me a cat mommy. Oh, just saying it out loud. I'm like, no, I don't even. Yeah, I'm mama to the kids because I personally do not like being called mama or mommy. I'm like, nope. Day one, I wanted to be mama. Dallas has always wanted to be daddy, so that's like, yeah, that's just what you teach them then. But then the youngest started picking up mommy at preschool, and I'm like, no. There has been the occasional mom, and I'm like, oh, I'm okay with that. Mom's fine. Mommy is not. I don't like it. But that's just my own problem. Exactly. Eye of the beholder. That is the best description of it. I have had an eye a little bit more for that, though, because obviously I do tend to lean heavily towards the cutesy fabrics and stuff like that. So I'm trying to be a little bit more conscious of like, okay, let's have a few more neutral options, because it's not just men that want neutral options. There's lots of women who want neutral options as well. There's lots of gender diverse people who want neutral options. But so that is something I'm trying to be more conscious of as I'm buying fabrics. But I cannot answer that question for you. I'm a woman, and I buy to my tastes and to as many customer tastes as I can. Those tastes vary widely, but they mostly involve cats. Cats. I say as like over half this pile is not cats, but you know, the spirit of it is there. All right. I think I can see the end of the pile. My God. And then to break it up mentally for me, yeah, we're going to go in and do pockets next. So I'm going to turn on the sewing machine to warm up. My feet are back of the pedal, so I shouldn't catch myself or any of the bags in it, hopefully. So we'll do Kato pockets and smash together the interiors there, and then we'll come back and we'll trim all of these down. I know. Jump. Actually, we'll see how we feel after interiors for the Kato, and maybe we'll also cut down the leather, because at that point, the Kato just needs smashed togethers. They need leather, and they need to be smushed together and sewn. So, yeah, we'll do interiors, smash together the interiors, and then we'll cut down the leather, because that's the last real thought process thing that needs to be done on them. I do think that this is going to make, if it doesn't make it, I think this does still make it more efficient for the small box bags. Maybe. I don't know anymore. Whatever. Does it matter? No, there isn't a lot of green, actually. You're right. To be honest, though, when I'm thinking of the color palettes when I'm there is not a lot of green. But that is a good point. So that is a gap in my color scheme that also needs to be filled then when I'm there next time. There's a lot of blue. and blue sells a lot, so that's part of it. The reds have been really good recently, so that sells a lot. But yeah, I don't end up with a lot of green fabrics. So, on the list it goes. Those budgie bags, that budgie fabric has that kind of like minty sage green, I guess, but it's like few and far between. Ooh, and we've got that pond scum algae green, I guess, right now with the dog newspapers. Aliens consumed my mind. That one. Cotton linen. Look at me splitting up my fabrics like I'm supposed to. Yay. God. Small, very small wins. Dallas is up at his parents. He's like, why am I going out to my parents again? I'm like, because the Easter Bunny came and visited the kids at your parents. So you need to go up and see your parents. I know we're going to see them this weekend, but they're not going to bring the Easter baskets with them. So go. He's like, he remembered he had to go, which was the big step, but he couldn't remember why he had to go. I'm like, yep, this is why. It's one of the text messages earlier. He said they did really good at dinner, so that's cool. I'm like, yay. I do actually. We need to do the train a bit more with them this year. We need to do a couple like public buses. I think I've mentioned this before, but it's like so that we don't go to Japan and they just lose their minds on the train and the bus. Actually, the bus. I know, right? I actually found that really funny. It was like, yep. And that's what we're doing. That's why you're doing it. The Easter Bunny visit. They keep begging to like fly their kites, and I'm like, no. We'll take them to Dawson, and you can fly them with Daddy. And then Dallas is like, nope, we'll wait for Mom. And I'm like, no, just take them. It's fine. Although, actually, no, we do need two parents because there's two children, so never mind. That's part of it, I guess. Duh. Never mind. Could fly them on Sunday night if there's windy. Okay, actually, I am going to finish marking these, and then apparently it is wash and break again. Damn it. Oh well. Good pause. A good pause point. I can reset the desk, and then we can like move on. Cow fabric would be cute. Cows. This constellation fabric is still super spectacular. Adore it. I think this is the last of it though too. So if you like it and you're coming this weekend, let me know. Always happy to set stuff aside. Okay, one more. There we go. All right. Wash and break. I'll be back. As always. Oh, geez, I just saw the, like, in between of, like, not a lot of green, and then just joking, it's totally Japanese fabrics. Yeah, honestly, I don't think I've seen a lot of green over there. But we do have some extremely vibrant greens in the Obi coming up. So there is that. It's that, like, I'm going to put the black thread in the jar so that I don't forget about winding it later. Oh, that's still winding. Okay, we will finish winding that extra bobbin. Anyway, I'm back. Hi. Just come, like, sailing in. It is my own stream, but you know. White thread, gonna do some cotton pockets. Okay, close the drawer, Katie. I'm like, what? Why does it look weird over there? Oh yeah, because the drawer wasn't closed. Oh shit, where's the other spool? Oh god. Why did, okay. One was on one desk and one was on the other desk, and don't ask me why or how. We're gonna need to get more thread soon, actually. So I know. That's part of why I was like, do you know what? As much as I want to continue, I kind of want to continue and like get those clipped out and stuff like that. I think getting some sewing and breaking up prep work is going to benefit all of us far more in the long run. So here we are. Let's get some sewing done, and then we can swap back to doing that, and then we can swap back to sewing the kato. Like, just let's try and like crank out 100 bags by tomorrow. We've done it before. We can do it again. I don't think we were this far behind when we were finishing those 100 small box bags for Knit City, but you know, we'll get there. We'll get there. I haven't started singing the Doom song yet. It is tempting. And like, I keep forgetting that we already have the logos on the kato as well, which honestly is going to save us a lot of like gluing time tonight or tomorrow. Like, I don't have to wait on them either. Like, we're like, so there's been some changes. Oh, interesting. Okay. There's like a little sponge in the end of it. I don't know if you're going to be, oh God. You're like, why are you attacking me with a yellow thing? Anyway, there's like a sponge at the end of the chalk thing, which makes sense when I think about it, but I've never noticed in there. It's just like, hey, it's not going in very well, and then it was like, oh, there's something in the end. That's why it's not going in well. And I just put them away into their home because we don't need them for the rest of the day. We also do need to wedge quite a few of these still because I didn't get them all wedged yet, but you know, we're good. It's all good. And apparently this like clip is not working to keep the hair contained, so we're just going to take it out. I am going to do this at not quite construction length. Like, so construction length for me is 2.5. I'm going to do it 3. I am going to trim all of these so that we're just able to go. And as much as I said that we were going to just not do prep work, maybe we will wedge the rest. No, that doesn't change anything. We can wedge it afterwards. Hell, technically, really, we could wedge it after. Sorry, Dallas just texted me, and apparently the Easter present that they got, the first use, it's on the roof. Oh boy, we're hitting toys on roof time, I guess. Shit. Well, I'm not the one dealing with it. That's the best part of it. What, the organization of like just having it here? Yeah, I know, right? It's insane. Oh, yeah, actually putting the chalk pens away into the home that will get knocked over by the cat in the next like 12 hours. I need to tidy this desk up. Okay, apparently it's like some sort of hang glider flick toy. Anyway, I was nattering on about the wedging of these, but we will wedge them after we get them. Like, yeah, it was like a hang glider something. But yeah, anyway, back on topic. I will wedge these after we get these pockets sewn because realistically it doesn't impact pocket sewing, so who cares? Hell, it doesn't even really... Well, it does... Okay, we'll do it before we slam them together because it does impact the bottom sewing. Because I do like to backstitch the wedges on these ones. I don't know why I don't do it on any of the others, but whatever. We'll just ignore that. Caroline just posted Ancient Arts color today, and it is like on a silk mohair blend, and it is like this gorgeous dark springy green. I'm like, whoa. Also, she's got some new colors coming out for local yarn store day on Saturday too. And I think you can get the the Hanami colorway is also still available through till the end of April too, which is very generous of her. It's also spectacular. It was concepted and designed and dyed actually by one of the dyers in studio, so it's really cool too. I feel like, yeah, whatever, never mind. Ooh, right, that's what we did last time that made this easier, is we did split the pile into straights and like the 1 pocket and the 2 pocket pile, and I think that did go mentally, it wasn't as taxing, so I think we'll do that. Yeah, I'll find a photo. I posted it to my story. I can bring it up here in a second. When I free up my hands, I can show you. It's like, yeah, gorgeous. It's silk mohair blend of some description. So it's like, it is I think it's a lace weight, but like most people are holding it together with something else. And so it just gives like this nice halo to whatever you're doing. Yeah. Where is she? Okay, delicacy. So it's super kid mohair silk lace, but like look at that. So obviously very skewed by the fact that you are looking at it on your like device through my device through a camera where the like windows are also reflecting on it apparently. But isn't like, it's spectacular. So that was really cool. That's a really cool one. This is the local yarn store day colorway that's coming up. So like pairing those two together to hold together would be pretty gorgeous. And then where is the... Yeah, she's been posting a lot of this. So like a nice camel color, lavender color. This is French lilac color, and the camel color is actually iced coffee. Coffee. I don't need a coffee right now, but I want a new coffee, or I want another coffee. And then this is the this is like the new round of colorways that she's getting. That is showing up extremely dark, but like they're spectacular. And then like the solids in it are gorgeous too that she's got coming. This is like a dark dusty rose up here. I would put that close to almost that hedgehog bag color. That dusty rose. Anyway, she does. Oh yeah, and here it is. Like, where's the cherry blossom colorway? That's the color. Definitely go check it out. It's Ancient Arts Yarn. I posted it to my story on Instagram because she needed a shout out today. And yeah, you should go ogle her things because they are always spectacular. Okay, we're gonna do a split up. Okay, one more prep thing to make mental load easier for these. 1 pocket, 2 pockets. Oh, apparently it would help if I actually trim these apart. Okay, 1, 2, or whatever. But like 1 for you, 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 1 for you. Oh God, I don't need to move that much. I can actually pull myself up to this desk. Kind of. Everything's in the way right now, but when is it not in the way? Mutter grumble! Apparently the mutter grumbling is about my disorganized or messiness today. That is worthy of a mutter grumble, though. This is the sort of thing that the desk is supposed to be tidied up for. But the studio was tidy once. Then never again. Okay, 1-1. 1-1. Each. Each. I know there is one white lining one in all of this, but I was like, one of the beige cuts was like an inch too small. There's no way to make up an inch, so I punted it instead. So we ended up with one white lining because that's what I was able to grab easily. Whatever, it'll be fine. 1-1. My shoulder's like, why are you reaching over there? That's dumb too. Repetitive stress injuries. Oh, shit. Did I just end up with a spare? Or did we end up with a mishap? I was paying enough attention, I think. I'm gonna split up the paw print ones because it could just be that it got mixed in with this because of how I can't keep stuff in one place for very long. Cat, stay there. Don't you dare. Oh my goodness. You need your treatment tonight. Try to remember that. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, doom. Yeah, because I didn't have any spare pockets at the end, so that's good. So it's probably just mixed in at the bottom here, to be honest. Or not. Oh, no. What? Or not. Oh, that's me. Okay. What? Did you step on the brightness button? He totally stepped on the brightness button and turned it right down. We love you, but you are a pest, sir. Hi. So proud of yourself. I don't understand why you're so sucky right now. Do you just need some percussive maintenance? He's like, I'm done. Dahlia likes percussive maintenance that way. You can like just like like bongo drum her all day and she would be pleased until, well, okay, she's one of those cats who does not signal very well when she's getting overwhelmed. So she'll go from fine to not pretty quickly, or like the signs are pretty subtle. But yeah, he is not a bongo drum cat, that's for sure. Oh well, that's okay. But yeah, it's like when you hit something to like make it work better, it's percussive maintenance, and so that's what that is. Obviously not hard smacks with the cats, but percussive maintenance. Okay, we just have a mishap with these numbers, so we'll pile them back up and do the split again, which won't take that long because whatever. 1-1. Each. 1-1. Okay, the white, I will set the white aside and then we'll just split it up when I get into there again. 1-1. 1-1. And then why I'm doing this is because then we can take one pile from both of these and make them this 2 pocket lines. So basically just sew down the middle. And then do the other one as the 3 pocket lines, or 2 lines down the middle. I'd like to split it into thirds. And then we don't have to think about a different measurement for every single piece, and I don't have to keep track of if like I've alternated correctly or anything like that. So that's what this resolves for me. Maybe not time efficiency, but definitely mental space efficiency. Instead of trying to just like keep track of. No, I just have a spare one. Woo! So now I don't know if it's an extra or if we don't have or yeah, whatever. Doesn't matter at this point. Oh no. We may have to select not to do one, which is not the end of the world right now. So these are going to be the pocket splits, those single, or the middle seam ones, and then the next ones will be the 2 seams. Can you believe I'm still talking? 'Cause, well, I can and can't. Flynn, do not scratch that basket, you jerk. Eat off of it. Hey, get. It's not yours. I know you've already destroyed it, but it's not yours. Get out of here. You. Look, there's a nice chair for you right here. Sleep there. He's like, no. Where's the nuggets? Oh, the sun's starting to creep onto the desk now. Oh, no. Okay, the black thread bobbin is still winding. Good. We're not going to sew the other bag. Nope. Good. We do not want to sew the other bag. Go. Hey! Pockets, pockets, pockets. Do 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 do. Ugh. And if you're like, don't you need to measure these? No. I'm using I am, but I'm using the ruler down underneath my, my yardstick ruler that's on the side of my table. Because the foot is lined up, right in the middle of it. And then, so I'm able to do I'm just able to do it. Pockets, pockets, pockets. All right, if any of you are crafters, what are you working on tonight? If you're working on anything. If you're just hanging out with me, having a bevy, or just hanging out with me, also awesome. But I always like to know what people are working on, if they're working on anything. And I do apologize if you need to count anything. This may not be the stream to be counting to. No. Damn it. Just ran out of thread. Where did we run? Please tell me. Okay, we ran out of thread at the top of this one. All right. That's fine. I knew there wasn't much left on the bobbin. So, clip that out of the way. Pull this onto there. Okay, that other bobbin is, the black bobbin's almost done. Pop this one in, which means that we can swap this bobbin on once that one pops. Or basically the sidewinder winds until it, just like it would on a domestic machine. But it just is able to do it at the same time as you're sewing, because it doesn't need to be wound through the top of the machine. We're almost there. There's an eensy bit left to wind onto the black bobbin. And that's just so we're prepped for next time that we need black thread. So, which actually will be pretty soon, probably. Pop. There we go. So that's the black bobbin done. So now we'll pop that thread back in the drawer, so I don't have a panic attack looking for it next time. It's upside down, but that shouldn't matter. Now where do I put the white thread? Oh, fuck me. There. Why did I put that? Whatever. Doesn't matter. found it. Found. Down. Oh, and off. Pop the next bobbin on. The sun, it blinds me. Okay, now we're good. It's like coming in perfectly on this window that I have open, which tells me that I probably fuck me. Which tells me I'm probably going to need to like close it here soon. Okay, so you are too large by like a 1/2 inch. So we'll trim you down that 1/2 inch. Which does make this pocket actually the right size. Okay. And then I'll be able to do a more accurate. Okay, I was like, how'd that pocket get so much more crooked? No, it didn't. It was just the back. Being the back. Boop. Through, under, go. Go, 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 go. So. I really wish pockets were faster. This is why I don't add a lot of pockets to bags, though. I know they're useful. Somewhat. But it is time consuming to construct them. And if you're like, Katie, that's only because you're committed to 49 Kato bags. Touché. I acknowledge this. I know. We'll get there. It'll be fine. Everything's fine. Am I close to panic? Creeping. We're creeping. I would not say that we're full on panic mode yet. Probably should finish my caffeinated beverage, however. One more Coke Zero. We should finish that now, just so that that doesn't, like, when I go to bed, I go to sleep. No laying in bed being like, la 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 la. That's the drawback. Right, I know. Well, and that's been the whole debate about that whole redesign of the small wedges, whether I was adding pockets or not. And honestly, I still haven't decided if I'm adding pockets or not. I'm really tempted to just do like a mesh pocket across like the upper portion of the body of the bag. Haven't decided. I know people were asking for pockets in it, but I'm like, I never see you around anymore. So I think even if I did make it with pockets, I don't know if you would buy it necessarily. So that's the other portion of this. But although actually I do have the equipment now to add grommets to bags. So if anyone is looking for a bag with grommets to run your yarn through, I can now provide that. I'm like, am I crazy enough to carry my presses to Dawson to offer this? Maybe. guess why not, right? It would be an upcharge, obviously, because, well, materials and time to do it. Yeah. I think that was more a request for, like, the small wedge bags as well than even the large wedge, like, the small box bags. But I did have people requesting it, so I'm like, okay, probably should mention that I do have that available as an option now, especially if you're ordering online. I have to debate if I'm bringing that, if I'm making that available in person or not. I guess I could try it at Dawson as an offering in like prep to see if it's something that I would take to Vancouver. Yeah, it is cool. There's some companies that do it, and I know some people who really like it. I personally feel like it would end up tying me to the bag too hard, personally, because like once you're committed, oh shit, I did not backstitch. Once you're committed, you're like set. You have to use that bag until you're done the project, or you cut the yarn. Again, same thing as like changing thread colors. I hate cutting yarn and having to knot it. So it's not something that it's ever really been on my radar. I also feel like it a little bit defeats the purpose of a project bag, but I guess it is only like, what, like 3 to 6 inches of yarn exposed. Because what I would be worried about is getting it dirty. Because the point of the project bag is to keep the project cleaner. Just come out to the back of my truck. I can put a grommet in that. Reminds me of the time that we were like, so, oh, kiddos are here, and I did ask if they would come down and give me a hug and a kiss. So, yeah. Let me pause. Actually, I'll wait until they like actually open the door, and then we'll pause the stream. All right, I'll be right back. They're home. Yum. A little bit of chocolate for us too. Yay. Little Reese's peanut butter eggs. Tasty. All right. Back to it. My brother-in-law and future sister-in-law just got back from Hawaii too. They were sent there with her work for a conference, so they brought the kids back some super cute little hats, like baseball caps, super adorable, and coffee for Dallas and I, which is like, that'll be a fun one to test out. Anyway, yeah, with the grommet, like the press idea, I would need to take both presses. The big constraint is not necessarily room in the truck. It's, where would I put it in the setup? Always the issue, right? The whole discussion about like how to display things and things. So there's that. I'm like, figure it out. I'll figure it out. I know, perks, right? Alright, anyway, they're heading upstairs for bed in a little bit. So that was the good night call so that I at least see them for a few minutes today. Well, I guess, okay, what am I saying? I did spend time with them this morning. They like chilled with me while they watched TV and I turned notions pouches. But they got to sit with me. That's also important. Gabby's dollhouse. I like Gabby's dollhouse still. And so they do, which is awesome. Actually, yeah, let's manifest that chorus. That is the chorus we need. We're in the money. We're putting on the Ritz? No, we're in the money. All right. So that is over halfway through for this one because the paw print fabrics do provide, there are more paw print fabric bags than there are blue fabric bag, pocket fabric bags. We'll get there. Yeah, and then we need to wedge these as well. What was happening here is I didn't know. Why wasn't I trimming them down when I was home? I don't remember why I wasn't trimming them down when I was home, so whatever. But we just need to trim them down before we stitch them, and realistically, it will take the same amount of time now as it did earlier, so. NBD. I did trim down the rest of them earlier because it did find it easier to put the pockets in. I don't know. What bullshit was I on last night that I was like, I don't need to trim, or why wasn't I trimming down wedges? Whatever. It didn't last very long. But there will be like a certain set of these that definitely needs to be trimmed down before any more work, which is what we'll do after this. Before we slam them together. Because the next step is slamming them together. And then we'll have to break up and do the, not actually break up, please don't leave. But break up the sewing and we'll do the leather. Yeah, leather after this for sure. And then maybe we'll do a little bit cutting of the small box bags. Kind of want to have everything to the point of like we're just going to be able to sit down and like finish it tomorrow. I feel like there's maybe more, more unwedged over in the other pile, which wouldn't be surprising. Okay. I was trying to like group them in here so that it was a little bit easier, but whatever. We still got to trim everything apart, so no big deal. Yeah, do the leather. So when we're next step, actually, so next thing after we slam these together is we will wedge them as well, and we'll wedge the exteriors and split them up into a black and a brown pile for handles. Hopefully we don't have too many that need black, because honestly, I don't want to have to cut down that hide. I just want to be lazy and be able to like piggyback on work I've done before. We're totally gonna have to cut down the black. I know this, but that means I have to clear off the cutting table, because apparently it's a catch table for all my... Oh, never mind. Any flat surface is a catch surface for all this bullshit of mine. Hence why we need to tidy up next week. Actually, and it also just feels like it's time to tidy up in general. Like I've been talking about, like cleaning the windows and like, oh, we need to clean our patio, and it's also we finally hit spring, and it's not like false spring. It's like proper spring, i.e. the leaves are starting to bud and come out. So I actually really subscribe also to the whole clean your house at New Year's, like the Japanese. Do I follow through? No. But I like the idea of that as well. As it's like clean out all the old year in preparation for the new year and to welcome new things in. And also, really, wintertime for us is when we're going to be spending the most time in our house, and probably when it should be cleaned, like deep cleaned the most. And it's cold and dark, and what else should I be doing? Now it's like, okay, prep it so that we can get the sunshine in and then get the fuck outside. Well, when it's nice. But I think what I'll do is, well, I'll bring Dallas down. We can tidy. Maybe I'll get him to like do some of the boxes in the storage room that are his. Although I think most of what's the storage room is mine, so maybe I'll work on the storage room a bit. And then just have him like hanging out. But I will like not deep clean, but make sure like deodorize the carpets and like vacuum. Some of the things I just don't get around to when I'm cleaning, like just the 10-minute tidy stuff. And then I'll make sure that we've got our bins set up so that we can just go straight into sewing the Sheena. We will, and part of the cleanup then will also be prepping so that we can just go in and sew it, and I have zero excuses. That too. All right, I found the next section of the unwedged. Yeah, we'll keep going. Keep going. Okay, good. And our next bobbin is wound. I just double checked. Quick glance tells me it's wound. Whee! Over the edge. Over the edge. Yeah, there's some of that too. So it's like, kind of almost need to do it every 6 months here, I guess. But, like, we don't wear our shoes, well, okay. We don't wear our wet, muddy shoes in the house. We might do a sneak across to get our stuff in the house sort of thing. But, like, we aren't regularly wearing our winter boots and things into the house. So that helps significantly with the reduction of, like, grime, at least. But, like, yeah, the outdoor tidy is definitely because of the melt. The window clean is because of the melt. Although, honestly, the most, like, why my windows are so streaky is from the rain last year. Which is kind of hilarious. Then we do actually have to transition the kids' clothes this year a little bit more, too. They've had their, like, summer clothes in their drawers all year round. But I did wash and technically weatherproof, waterproof their snowsuits the other day, so that was good. That's something that I don't think I even got done last year, to be honest, by the end of it all. We need to wash mittens. The mittens are disgusting. So bad. So gross. But we're also like in that transition period where they still kind of need them in the morning. So I'm like, okay, we'll wait on the mittens at least. The one toque got in and washed. The hand knit one did not, which is fine because that requires some TLC. They can't just be like, Well, it could be, but that would shrink it. So even the superwash will shrink a bit in the dryer. So oh, please, thank you. Two more? Three more? Three more. Woohoo. Okay, yeah, this worked so much better. Worth the time to just like split them up 100%. And then, and now I can go in and do the two-sided pockets. The other portion about this is doing the single pocket first, because it's a little bit faster, obviously, because it's only one seam versus two, is that little like, yay, accomplishment. I did something, or I did the thing already. And then the slog of the two pocket lines maybe won't feel as harsh. Actually, the other thing about the spring cleaning is it's like carpet cleaning should happen in the spring or summer, so that the heat, like we can open the windows so that there's like a breeze over all the carpets and everything like that. That's why I always think about doing that at this time of year as well. So it's like, I don't want to like wash the carpets in the middle of winter and then not be able to open the windows to like help them dry quicker. So that's my thought process on it for that. Same thing as like if we need to paint or anything like that. Would you? Don't think we're gonna touch up the paint yet. The kids are still like pretty hard on the walls. I think a couple more years and then we'll paint. Because there's definitely areas where it needs to be touched up. It's all actually holding up surprisingly well, all things considered. Because like the people that lived here before us also had kids, and older kids. So probably like. I think probably like when they moved, they were like 6 and 8 or something like that. Just from like the toys left behind and the clothes left behind and stuff like that. So. There's so much stuff left behind. I'm like, I wouldn't even consider doing that really. Without like explicit like, all right, this is good. Some of it extremely useful, some of it not so useful, that's for sure. Right? I don't know, but there was like, so some of the stuff didn't bother me. They did ask us if we would want the piano if they left it behind. I'm like, yes, we will 100% take a piano. Also, partly because I know what a pain in the ass it is to like move those things. So that was fine because we want the kids to take piano lessons eventually. Eventually being like, it should be now, but after they're out of childcare, that's where their childcare money can go, is some of these other extracurricular activities. And like there's like a little picnic table and some outdoor toys, which, yeah, okay, that's fine, whatever. But the one that got me is they left like tires behind. And he worked on cars on the side, and there was like a welding rod or something like that now that one was obviously just forgotten. The tires though, I'm like, guys, just suck it up. Go pay the goddamn dump fee so that we don't have to. Anyway. Yeah, right, a piano and like a little picnic table for the kids. That's fine, but yeah, the actual garbage. There was still a half bottle of wine in the fridge. There was like leftovers from takeout. Like, I don't know. And it is funny because it's like they had been living in their trailer for the last little bit, obviously so that the kids didn't keep messing up the house. But yeah, it was like, okay, like our place, we cleared out, and I'm pretty sure we had the cleaners go in and clean it too, because I was like, I hated moving in to a rental and shit that it hadn't been like cleaned correctly, right? So as much as I was like, that was a horrendous seller experience for us, you don't want to completely fuck them over. Plus, I didn't feel like cleaning it, and I'm sure if we left it messy, there would have been complaints about that, since there was complaints about the fact that the 48-hour-old paint didn't match the paint that had been on the walls for 7 years. It's like, well, you can fucking paint it yourself then. What do you want? What do you want? No, it was that kind of sales transaction. And we came in and there's like, we got our cleaners in to deep clean it before we moved in, but there's like a little diorama of the family on the wall. It's actually still behind my bookshelf. I noticed that the kids have added to the drawing beside the bookshelf the other day, so I gotta take something to that before birthday parties. Yeah, it was funny. It was like such like night and day experiences. Oh well. I don't think we gotta do this again for a while. Knock on wood. Unless something drastically changes, and who knows, there's every possibility that is what will happen, but we'll just continue on like it's not going to, because what else are you supposed to do? Nope, come here, lift, thank you. I know. Yeah. So we did get warned by our realtor up front that the realtor that they were using as their buying realtor does tend to just like make things difficult, I think probably now reiterating this 3 years later, probably so that people feel like, anyway, what he said is that she liked to make problems just to make problems. It's not supposed to be difficult, right? This whole buying experience is not supposed to be difficult. And we said that, but now that I think of it, I'm like, I bet it makes her feel, or it makes it so that people feel like, oh, it's really good that we use this realtor, because look at all this stuff, sort of thing. But, yeah, it was stuff like that, like, oh, we need all these holes patched in this wall, and then we need them painted, and they need to match the, like, it needs to match the 7-year-old paint. It's like, it's not going to match. No matter what we did, even if we'd painted it earlier, it would not have matched. Because that's not how it works. Anyway, definitely felt like a first-time home buyer thing. Definitely felt like, honestly, they should have just bought a new build. The way that they wanted things to just be like this. And it's like, guys, this is like a 7-year-old house that has been heavily lived in, because I worked from home for the majority or all of the time that we lived in that house. So it's not like I was out of the house half the time. We had cats. So like, it was showing its wear. That's partly why it was like, came down to the decision of whether we were going to move or not, is that you either start doing the renovations or you figure out if you're moving. This house will do the renovations when they need to happen. That sort of crap. Oh yeah, drama queen. Yeah, I could see money getting knocked off if the place isn't cleaned. And honestly, like I said, again, to make that just easier to do it, right? A few $100, a couple $100 for like a deep clean, or a move out clean, way easier. Just to be like, fuck you, we're done. Like, really? Here's your house. Thanks very much. I hope they're treating it well. The one thing is, it's like, I loved that house. Like, the actual house, we moved because we didn't like the lot. It's not that we didn't love the house, or like even our neighbors or anything like that. Like, that was none of the issues. And that was actually the deciding factor. It's like, okay, we're down to do renos, but the thing is that you can't renovate away that many backyard neighbors. And so if I'd been able to like lift up our house and put it on our current lot, oh my God, best of all the worlds. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, but anyway, I do hope that they're like enjoying the house. We are definitely enjoying our house, but our sales process also went super smooth. And like, yeah. Yeah, and there's that too. And we fixed everything that they demanded, so that's part of it. Actually, the one thing I do wish we had moved from there, because we didn't move any of the appliances. They were all included sort of thing. That was actually one of the questions. It's like they obviously didn't read the full listing because they came out and looked at the house and then they're like, is the AC unit included? And it's like, well, it's on the listing is that's all I could think about. It's like, yes. Honestly, we should have moved it because it would have been cheaper than the one that we ended up getting installed here probably. With less delay, especially after that. Should have been like, nah, fuck that, we're gonna move it, because this house is actually smaller than that house, so it would have worked fine. Anyway, there was that, and then there was oh yeah, and I think I've talked about this before. It's like they wanted to know if the IKEA furniture upstairs was built in, and I'm like, no. I'm like, but they can pay us like replacement cost if they want to keep it. Realtor did look at us like we were a little bit crazy, and I'm like, honestly, it's going to be cheaper for us to move it than to replace it right now, so no. And then they're like, well, we'll offer you like $400 for the 2 bookshelves around the fireplace, and I'm like, no. I have space for those. I know exactly where they're going, and again, replacement cost is more than that right now, so no. Because of course this was when and it was also like a time factor of like, that was when IKEA was having like major supply chain issues, because this was 22. So like we weren't out of that yet. And I was like, I can't even, like, even if I could replace, or if that was enough to replace them dollar wise, I couldn't replace them because like they're not even available. Anyway, it's just like, they're like, these look like built-ins. And it's like, yes, because we designed it to look like built-ins. They are just hung like you're in an apartment, guys. Anyway, gripe. Back on my soapbox. Yeah. Although I think actually, okay, so whatever. We sold the house. That's fine. The worst part is that there was a like realtor that was pissy that we weren't using their services. We think. Because they were like the neighborhood realtor, and they were like spreading this rumor that we hadn't pulled permits for our basement. So I like called the town and I'm like, hey, we've had permits for this, right? And they're like, yes. So I'm like, all right. It's just like, Jesus, criminy debacle. Because it was when our housing market it wasn't at its peak, but everything was selling, like basically multiple offers and like selling fast and everything, and our house actually sat on the market for 2 weeks, and that was like, oh God. Nerve-wracking. You'd hear about like, yeah, like you're hearing about all these people that are listing their houses, and like people are taking them with no conditions and like waiving the inspection report, and like that's how fast things were moving. So, oof, that had to be tough. That's stressful. I would not want to do that. I guess if it's like, it's not your main property, but still. Ugh. Ugh. Dallas actually knows people who did that, but they would live like in the house for a couple years and then move again. And I'm like, Oh boy. No. Too much work. Too much work. It's bad enough when I have to reorganize the studio. Look at how much time that takes. Moving again right now? No. Although if we did ever move again, I would fully hire the like packing company to do everything. Or a moving company to do everything. Last time we just got them, so basically we did like soft goods, I would say. So we moved the business. No. Yeah, we moved the soft goods and then like a few of the sundries, but they did like the furniture and like the sewing machine and stuff like that, the bigger things. But next time I think I would just hire them to do everything. More expensive? Yes. Less exhausting? Yes. It was worth the expense because like they hustled. And they quoted us 4 to 5 hours based on like the list that I gave them. But they took 10 and he like looked so nervous when I went to pay him because of course it's double what they quoted us. And I'm like, and he's like, what happened? And I'm like, I don't know. You saw my list and like there wasn't stuff on it that you didn't move. But I'm like, you saved us a divorce, I'm pretty sure. So I will 100% pay you and not like without qualms. Because if it took them 10 hours, can you imagine how long it would have taken us? Like it probably would have been 30 to 40 hours. Minimum. And part of it that I argued is like Dallas. We were 7 years older than when we moved in here. I was still recovering from my broken ankle because it was still cranky. And there's stuff in here that we didn't move in here. So let's just get movers. Because there's also like, and our friends are 7 years older. I don't think they want to come help for beer and a pizza. They still came and helped for a beer and a pizza, but at least they didn't have to move the furniture. Winning. Still get beer and pizza, but we don't need to move furniture anymore. Doom-de-doom, doom-de-doom. Is that in the fabric? No, that's not in the fabric. Okay. We ran out of bobbin thread. Are we surprised? No. Pop. We are actually cranking along on these pretty good, I would say. Still going smooth. Still going smooth. Stay smooth, stay smooth, stay smooth. Don't throw curveballs. Don't throw curveballs. If it doesn't throw curveballs, I think we have a slim chance of getting everything done that I've had on the table for the past few days. A slim chance. A chance, though, so it's better than nothing. Better than zero. Better than zero. Okay, Dallas is wrestling around upstairs. Bedtime. So we're down to about 4 to 4.5 hours. We got it. We got it. Cutting of the small box bag wedges is going to take a little bit of time. It's the prep. If we were just sewing, I'd be 100% positive that we would do it. But it's the prep that's going to slow us down a little bit for this one. So we'll see, I guess. But the fact that we're almost on the pockets for the Kato gives me hope. That needs a... Yes, that's the other thing is like even just moving the soft goods, we were so tired. And like 2 little kids running around, like it just, given like, oh God, blah, 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 blah. Ugh. Apparently there's some word vomit. The fact that we didn't have to move everything and contain children at the same time was also a godsend because basically we were able to mess around in the house and actually unpack a lot of the soft goods that I had like already moved into the garage. So that worked, like dishes and all of that. So we were able to work on that while they moved the furniture in and keep the kids out of the way. And then Dallas was able to also contain them in the truck while they like wrapped up, because obviously it was a lot longer than we anticipated. So good luck with that one. I definitely still had stuff at my parents'. It's probably still there too, to be honest. My mom is borderline undiagnosed, but borderline hoarder. So if she isn't actually diagnosed, I have no clue. But yeah, there's people going through stuff right now in my life, and I'm like, you know what? We need to like really. I don't want the kids to have to deal with a bunch of our crap. So let's get this figured out. Well, we're still around, and like again, and as I've told Dallas, I'm like, I don't expect us to get rid of everything. That's not the point. But we do need to know what we have. And we do need to, like, get rid of stuff we're just never going to look at again. Like, I'm like, do you need your macroeconomics books? I've got a bunch of books in the garage that I need to get rid of. I'm going to keep my English, my first year English book. It's just like a Norton anthology. And like a few very specific texts. But I'm like, I don't need all these textbooks anymore. Because even if I did an English degree again, A, I haven't looked at it since 2012. There we go. B, even if I did an English degree again, it wouldn't be the same textbooks, or it'd be different editions of the like similar anthologies. So, whatever. So what I should do is actually take them into the university, because they're probably doing book buyback. Or go in and do book buyback in September. That's what I'll do. If they'll take them. If they won't, I will sell them on like... There's secondhand textbook stores. Because like there's some Japanese textbooks and stuff like that and all that. And if they don't sell, just fucking give them away. First, try to get a little bit of money for them back. Second, donate or give away. Because yeah, it's also like, I don't want to have to move. Okay, so if we do end up having to move again in the near future, or at any point in the future, I don't want to have to move some of this stuff. We did do a decent job of, well, no, we didn't do a very good job of decluttering before the last move. We still have boxes that were packed from like when we moved into that house. So they've been packed for like 10 years this June. So it's like, all right, let's actually go through those. And then Dallas needs to do the same, and he needs to go to his parents and like go through their crawl space and make sure he has all of his stuff out of their house. Because I'm sure there's still stuff down in that crawl space for him. Okay, I went from like sniffly nose to itchy nose. Why? I do not understand. It's not hair. The hair is like actually out, and it's not going in my nose. That's for sure. Okay, I don't know if you can pick up on them, but there's like this gorgeous kind of sunset vibe right now. Love it. I'm going to actually take a picture for the gram. Oh yeah. For the gram. Actually, should we do it? Ooh, even better. So this is what I'm like romanticizing right now, I guess. It's just really pretty. There we go. Small appreciation for this moment. Alright, so we don't need to glue logos onto the kato. The kato are, once they get sewn together and finished, they are done. Okay. Which is like one thing I don't have to consider in the equations right now. These definitely aren't taking longer. Makes sense. They take about over the double the time because we have to stitch 2 lines. Yeah. Kato don't need labels. Okay. Small box bags do need labels. So that's another prep thing we should do once we're done sewing the pockets. And smashing. We're going to smash together as well. Yeah, sew and smash. Oh my god, there's a reel that I stumbled on last night. And it's, this is Instagram, so it's like the shorts from YouTube, but on Instagram. Anyway, it's a video, and it's like this girl, and she takes her boobs, and she, like, plonks them down on the desk. Obviously, because that's more comfortable than, like, leaning on the tissue. So basically, it's like where the bra band hits. It was a duet with this other creator, and this other creator lifts them up, plops them down. And she's typing, clicky, clacky, clicky, clacky, clicky, clacky. And then picks up a bottle of water, keeps typing with the other hand. Then she puts both hands on the bottle of water. And then her boobs start typing. Because it's obviously someone else's hands under her, like, her shirt. Anyway, the top comment is like, how do I teach mine to type? And all I can think about is like the reels that make fun of like when men write women poorly. Of like her breasts like perked up as soon as they saw them, and it's like, they have eyes? No one ever told me they have eyes. That sort of shit. And that's all I could think of with this freaking reel. Anyway, it's very clever, especially the second one. The first one was obviously just like, kind of like frustration and trying to be a bit funny as well. Or like that hashtag relatable sort of thing. But the second one definitely riffed on it so well. Right, they're all perky, and it's just like the descriptions of, even when they are attempting to be flattering about it, are like, well, that is just inaccurate. Or like, maybe even not so much inaccurate, but just like out of touch maybe might even be the better description of it, maybe. I don't know. It's like, yeah, it's like the, whatever. It was funny though. But that's all that went through my head. And then actually now I'm just thinking about it, it's like rising up as soon as they saw him, right? Like, at least say it's like as soon as she saw him. Like, that is still not accurate. But yeah, it doesn't break the illusion quite as much as soon as they saw them, because they are little independent sentient beings. Yeah. 100%. Totally sentient beings. Feels like it some days. Okay, I am actually going to turn this off because this is getting, the 2-line ones are a little bit harder to like manipulate than the 1-line ones. Makes sense. Oh, okay. Oh, that scared me. Thanks, Mango. I really like those too. Did you see the wallets as well? Those are all lined in Obi. For some reason, my computer went dark, so let's turn this back up. I bet you the cat crawled back over it again. Yeah, the wallets are like a particular passion project within the passion project within the passion project. my nesting dolls. But yeah, the obi bags are... Well, and I'll also be working on more obi bags for Otafest. And we're going to work on some... We were just actually discussing like little open up. I was thinking jewelry trays and dice trays and trays, like trays. We're doing trays. That's what's happening. And yes, that one just sold. Sorry. Not sorry, actually. It did just sell. Though this weekend, she's a little bit disappointed because she's like, well, it's not machine washable. And I'm like, yeah, but it's so fucking gorgeous. How is your wallet getting that dirty? Some days. I guess mine's that dirty, though, too. Probably should wash it. But I never think of washing my wallets, I guess, because they're usually that, like, crummy, like, polyvinyl. And I know, shock and amazement, I have not actually, like, sewn myself a wallet yet. So, one day, I need to rectify that. I really need to find the, like, bargain piles of obi and kimono next time I'm at the at the temple market. Bra strap. Oh, God. Wendy, no. No bra strap twangs. That just is painful even, like, reading it. I accidentally do it to myself, and I'm like, no! Yes, we do have actually quite a bit more obi to work with. So that's, once we're through this, we will be working on more for Otafest and for Omatsuri, which is the Japanese festival in Calgary in August. July. It's July this year. Mid-July. And actually, we do have 2 obi kato to finish up tonight as well. So I'm excited because those ones are going to be lined with twill and kimono for their pockets, actually. Sorry, I'm going to we're going back towards, this is getting dark again. First, we were blowing out the camera. Now, we're too dark again. Stay on. Stay with us. I gotta finish up these pockets and then I'll dig through. Actually, I wonder if I think they're right here. Any excuse to have a diversion right now. Thank you. Okay, here they are. I know Wendy's been dying to see these too. Let me finish the pockets and then I will wedge them and we can actually ogle them. There we go. That's how we'll do this. Finish these pockets. Stay on track, Katie, or else you'd have 0 chance of finishing. We currently still have a slim chance of finishing. Maybe. Ooh, yeah, and I actually do have plans for the Glenda as well. Again, just have run out of time. I do have some older cuts for that one that need to be finished. So that's like, there's a few things that are going to go on the table in the next few weeks that have been cut out for quite a while. And then we'll cut some new ones this year as well. There's also a new pattern that just came out that I think will actually work better for the obi, for a crescent shaped bag, although I have had success with the Sheena hobo bags. But it's, I think the crescent one from Kandu, who does these kato and like some of the other ones, I think that'll be better. So, but if you're coming out to see me in Vancouver, or if you're able to make Knit City in Vancouver at the end of September, you'll be able to see them in person too. So if that's on the list, that is September 26th through 28th. The market will be open on the 27th and 28th. It's the last full weekend in September. And then next year you can come out and visit us in Calgary. Right? That's how this works. Yes! Excellent. I'm glad you did. They do some like super cool retreats and stuff like that. So it's like, I was very lucky. I was able to do one just before COVID, basically. November 2019. And prices have increased quite a bit, so I don't think I'll be able to afford to do another one for quite a while. But it was really good. I'm like daydreaming of the next time I can do one. So that's always nice. They actually do some like retreats into Ireland and things like that. And I'm like, ooh, that would be cool. They just actually they just wrapped on their retreat to Ireland, I think, in the last, I think it's in like early April or something like that. So they've expanded their offerings, and I think that's been a really good move for them as a small business. There's a lot of people who like complain about show organizers and stuff like that, and it's like, guys, you do not want to do this work. And it's like always like how expensive and things it is, and I was like, A, the venue is extremely expensive to rent by itself, and B, if you want it to be successful, these people need to like be able to pay themselves and their team as well. So for the retreats, it's like the one I did was a knitting retreat. It was on Galliano Island. You stayed there for a couple nights over like a weekend, and then there was knitting classes. So you did a class in the morning with like one teacher, and then you did a second class in the afternoon with another teacher. The ones I did, it was color work with Mary J. Mucklestone. And then in the afternoon, we had a hap shawl class with Gudrun Johnston. So like that was really cool. The food was really good. There's a bunch of like other knitters in the same thing. There's a mini marketplace, which I actually participated in. It was just really good. And then I think, so the one that went to Ireland, which is, yeah, right, exactly. I used to participate in running a fair, and it was brutal in some ways. It's like, nope. Anyway, what else was I going to say about the retreats? They just did one in Canmore actually this year. That was same idea, and they had like needle punch and a whole bunch of other classes and things like that. I didn't actually participate in that one. Dallas was at work, so I couldn't, like, I just can't right now anyway, besides the cost, as much as I want to. But I did go out to the market for that one, which was a lot of fun. So yeah, that's good. Oh, sorry, the Ireland one. The Ireland one, from what I could tell from their things, is like they went and they like toured like distilleries, and they went and did just did a bunch of stuff, Irish stuff, which and Irish stuff. What else did they do? Like visited like wool mills, and it's very sheepy first off, and then like a bunch of secondary interests as well, which is super cool. And when in Ireland sort of trip for a knitter, I guess. And then that's paired up with Tourism Ireland, which is super cool too. I know, right? There is actually a wool mill out here, and I keep meaning to do a trip out, and I should now with the kids maybe. It's in Carstairs. Custom woolen mills, so. A sewing class. Yeah, that's tough because it's like do you need a sewing class for you, or do you need someone to teach a sewing class for you if you run a fair, I guess? Because it's like there's so many factors in like what kind of space you need, and like the machines, and yeah, I don't even really want to think about it. I know if you're in the Calgary area, or if you're ever in the Calgary area, Rick Rack Textiles in Calgary does do a lot of garment classes. And then I think Out of Hand Quilting does bag construction classes. I think Rick Rack does as well, but I only ever see their garment construction ones. And then Emmeline Bags, who's out of Sherwood Park, does a big like, it's called the Great Bagoneer Getaway or something like that. And it's like massive. I think that happens in Edmonton and Calgary every year or something like that. So I don't, like I said, I don't know which area you're in. If you're in Vancouver area, I think Dress Sew is still around, and they might know where you'd be able to like take classes. So. Well, you know, YouTube as you get comfortable. I'm curious about this and want to make it. That's how I've taught myself. Trial and error in YouTube, which honestly sometimes classes are nicer. And sometimes it's nice to be able to just do it at your own skill level without the concern of other people seeing you. As in anything. Knitting, crocheting, sewing, reading, etc., etc., etc. Alright, it is getting to the point where I need to actually close my blinds and turn on the overheads because it's getting dark. It's not too bad quite yet. I'm gonna go as long as I can because I am enjoying this whole, like I said, this like moody, sunny descent of the sun over my fabric and everything like that, to be honest. Oh. Okay, and then the other thing is, okay, so the exteriors are sewn together for the Kato. Exteriors are sewn together. So we're trying to sew together the interiors. And then we just need leather and we need to smash them together. Okay. We do need small box bags more than we need Kato because we just finished all those Kato for Hanami. I'm not going to say no to finishing Kato, though. Because they are, I think they actually outstrip the small box bag even though they're more expensive. So yeah, let's focus in on getting the Kato as finished as we can tonight. We'll focus in on getting the small box bags as finished as we can tonight too, but if it comes down to the time crunch, we'll focus in on the Kato, I think. I will change my mind a half dozen times between now and tomorrow, so buckle in, I guess. Buckle up. Grab your favorite beverage. Alcoholic might be better, I don't know. Tension. Yeah, I know, right? So before Knit City Calgary, I had 100 small box bags, and we finished them all. We are further behind than I was at that point, so I don't know if that's going to happen with this one. But you know, if I don't try, it's definitely not going to happen. So, and as I keep telling Wendy, I haven't been singing the Doom song yet. So if you hear the panic in my voice, no, you don't. No, you don't. That's not panic. Not at all. I am excited to get these onto the website, though, once we're done Dawson, too. So, because I was supposed to do an update in February, and then we got so sick with hand, foot, and mouth that it did not happen, and I'm very annoyed. Multiple reasons. A, actually probably the top reason, my hands were so sore that I couldn't even open my medication bottles. It was so painful. And then B, I didn't know how contagious it was because it was extremely contagious amongst us because we all got it. And then I was like, well, I don't want to touch the fabric and like potentially pass it again to someone else because I'm like, I don't know how long it would survive on the fabric. Is that something I could have looked up? Probably. But I couldn't sew anyway. And actually, I still have like some marks from the blisters on my hands. I'm like, really? Can we not? Can we just not? Those need to go away. Anyway, 10 out of 10, do not recommend. If I never had to do it again, it would be too soon. Oh, okay. Like, that was a very weird shadow. I'm like, that is not a bird shadow. You are cracking the whip. I'm working. We're going. We're almost there, man. We're almost there. I promise. Actually, I think we are almost there. I've only got 2 more pockets after this one. Yes. So, and we are at, it's only 8:30. Oh, we're golden. 100%. Not actually golden. Golden is a town in BC, but close enough. It's like one of the P stops on my way out to Vancouver. It's like, okay, so you go, for us from Cochrane, you wake up at stupid o'clock so that you can get into Vancouver at like a decent hour, dinner hour. First stop, Canmore for breakfast. Second stop, Golden, typically for a Tim's so that you don't feel guilty about using their washroom. Third stop is actually typically Salmon Arm. Revelstoke. It used to be Revelstoke. I don't think it's going to be Revelstoke anymore. They have the best Starbucks in Revelstoke, but I am trying to break the habit. So, if we do stop in Revelstoke, it'll be like Tim's again or something like that. And then Salmon Arm, because they have one of the cheapest fuels along the Trans-Canada. And then either lunch in Salmon Arm, or if we've got like enough time, you do like Kamloops. And they're the Coast Hotel in Kamloops has an amazing restaurant. It's so good. Like, fucking delicious. Haven't had a bad meal there yet. It's called Romeo's. So good. And then Abbotsford, just to confirm directions, although the directions when you stay at the atrium is basically like, leave Cochrane, turn left in 1,053 kilometers. There's a few more directions than that, but that is the gist. We'll be in Burnaby again this time though, because it is like $1,000 cheaper for the weekend, and yeah, it's $1,000 cheaper for the weekend. And I collected a crap ton of air miles off of it. I booked during Black Friday, and it was like 640 air miles or something insane for that booking, because of just how I booked it. I was like, okay, I'll take it. It's the Best Western in Burnaby, and it's decent. It's old. It's a converted hotel, but so is the Atrium Inn, and the Atrium Inn is a converted Holiday Inn Express, and it has mice in the walls. So we're not going to go stay there again. It is nice to be right on where the event is, but not worth that. Okay, let's wedge the Obi ones, and we'll turn them because they are glorious from what I was seeing as I was finishing them earlier. And then I am going to go grab my hoodie because it's starting to get a little bit chilly down here. Not like I need it right now, but I am going to need it in a few minutes, sort of chill. There. Look at me being responsible and getting Kato done. My God. $8:30. So like 3.5, 4 more hours. I'm gonna say that I'm gonna go until 12:30 tonight. I think 12:30 is good. So yeah, this is one of them. Nice. Good decision. I like it. I like the Burnaby location because it's like, well, it actually feels pretty secure. Ooh, okay, we need to re-secure this logo because I just saw it pop a little bit. But anyway, there. Oh my God. Look at her. Oh, she's gorgeous. Holy shit. Yeah, especially with this. I think this is, oh my God, I don't know what it actually is. Okay, yeah, that's peeling. So I'm going to heat up the little cricket and we'll just adhere it down. Okay, let's finish the other one while that's heating up, and probably just keep it on standby while we do this. Okay. Anyway, but these are the only two I'm going to tack down right now before we go in and like finish up the interiors for the other ones. But this is a worthy distraction. I'm 100% down for this distraction right now. Oh God. So the normal ones are 65. I haven't quite figured out if these need to go up or down from that. well, up from that, I guess. Not down. They're not going down. Mostly because the OB is more limited. So let me think on it, and let me think on it for the next little bit, and I'll figure it out here soon. Sorry, I don't have that answer right off the top of my head. But they start at 65 for the cotton and cotton linen blends. There we go. That is your answer. And I will figure out the pricing on the OB ones in the next 2 days. Tomorrow. I'll figure it out tomorrow. Oh my God. I don't know which one I like better. This one's got a simplicity to it that's really nice. Oh, these logo tags didn't stick very well at all. Oh no. They did really good on the minis. I don't know why it's having an issue here. That's a lie. It's this one. It's the pink on the back of this one that's like spectacular. That is really yellow. Let me see if I can get it. At least it's really yellow on mine. And let me see if I can turn the warmth down a little bit. Oh yeah, there we go. That looks a bit more color accurate based on my screen at least. Okay. Since those are freaking out, I wonder if we need to go in and redo like the majority of the logos. Shit. That's annoying because I was like, oh, they're done. Let's turn this one too and see. The Cricket's warm, so if we need to do it, we can. God, maybe we should just go through and wedge everything. No, sew the interiors. The little voice in the back of my head is like, but everything needs to be done. And mentally, I'm like, no, we gotta do the interiors first. No, we'll probably go in and redo all of these. Whee! Yeah, and then those ones have, so they actually do have a matching drawstring for the top here. And then, yeah, 10 seconds. Let's see. Okay, this one is lifting ever so slightly as well. I wonder if the heat press, like just the bigger Cricket press would be good. I wonder if the steam actually impacted it a bit. And given that, so let's reach into some of these other ones before we sew the wedge, because honestly, throwing it under a heat press before I make it like might be better. Why it's freaking out about the canvas, I don't know, because yeah, so most of these are okay. This one's fine. Okay, let's wedge it and see if it's because of the turn, actually. Because then what we can do, well, it's going to be turned back and forth, though, so it better not be. Okay. Wedge and turn this one and see if it's the action of turning. So, like, is it going to be accurate if I reach into all of these and see if they're attached or what? Flail! Oh, God. Yeah, I like both of those. I'm really pleased with how those turned out. Is it going to eat kimono for breakfast for their, like, pockets? Yes, that is the one drawback to them. But whatever. Worth it. We could line it in cotton. But, like, that feels wrong. Okay. Because here's the thing. It is not stiff leather. Okay, no, it's just... There is a little tiny bit of lifting if I really manipulate it. Okay. So they are going to maybe just need another little press-a-poo. Oh, God. No, don't say that, Katie. But yeah, just a little bit extra press, and then... So now the question is can I do it with the mini press, or do we need to pull out the steam press, or do I need to, like... Check if straight before doing second time. Yeah. Get basic satin or silk for lining. I could, but it kind of I'm like, don't want to. That's my toddler coming in. I don't wanna. Okay. So this one is decent. It is lifting just a tiny bit right there, so that's okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, that's true, actually. I don't remember what the... it's not happy. And actually, it's more unhappy now that I repressed it than when I first did it. Yeah. Oh, right. That's why. Because it's like, okay, press it first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,